Hello, everybody. It's going to be another great day. I woke up to the birds singing and the sky all clear, and now it's kind of clouded up a little bit, but still, hey, it's going to be a great day. Going to be a great day. I've got my doggo in the corner over there, just loving it on his dog fix-it dog mat. I like the little addition to my office there. So that's really good. We're playing on a ping player server again this morning. So we're going to get through, well, I'll introduce that when we go to the game. I'll let you know what we're going to do there. So Mirage Gaming said, is it Tuesday already? It is. Last week just blew by. It was amazing how fast last week went. We were making great progress on our shop out there. We're getting the walls put up now. Well, we've got the framing for the walls and the roof, and we put the roof on over the last few weeks, and now we're putting the siding on. And as soon as we get the siding on one of the ends, I'm going to start working on the electrical and start routing all the electrical boxes and stuff inside. So yeah, it's getting more than just a little bit exciting to have a covered place to put all our tools and such as we continue to work on the whole property.
It'll be really nice.
Your push to talk is going the opposite direction, Robert.
Yes, it is. I just realized, gosh darn it. It'll be really nice having all that equipment that's just been sitting out in the weather for the last year under cover.
Yes.
And being taken care of. That'll be really nice.
Yeah, because we did not have adequate room for any of our large tools. Like the table saw, the chop saw, the tools that needed to be used on a continuous basis. Once we got the house mostly built, they had to come outside. So now the beach house, we call it, my daughter's house, has the first floor, second floor. Second floor is totally made for bedrooms and stuff, and they've moved into that now. First floor, we still need to build out the kitchen and a couple bathrooms on the second floor, and it's getting to be downright livable. They're not going to have to share so many bathrooms, which will be nice when the boys have their bathroom, the girls have their bathroom, and
all as well. A kitchen.
That comes later in the fall when we can get the shop up and running. We can build the cabinets.
There you go.
Yeah. So Punisher Troop says, I've been wanting to see their progress. I'm playing along with my own 1X world solo, and I'm close to completing phase 3. Well, today we are publishing a video in the next 10 minutes, Robert, 9:15.
Yeah, about that, yeah.
Okay, so in the next 12 minutes or so, we'll be publishing a video that is featuring trucks, how to configure trucks with 1.2, and that uses our 100X world. So it's if you want to see our 100X world and see how it's progressing, that video will kind of give you an idea. All righty. Rented, Renthead. Okay. First time catching you live. Thank you for all your videos and advice. Appreciate your efforts. I do appreciate you saying thanks for that. That's great. Tamimis says hi. Punisher Troop says glad to hear that for them. Yes, it's great. Just to give you an idea how this whole thing progressed, we bought the property, and the house that they live in was a barn that could house 12 horses at once. And so it was quite a significant barn, horse barn. We completely tore down the horse barn and laid a new cement floor across the entire barn and started building it up from there. While they were doing that part of it, we they lived in our house. 10
Oh
kids,
boy.
2 parents. Actually, at the time, it was 9 kids, 2 parents, and Mama Doc and myself.
In a
In a
2-bedroom house.
3-bedroom house.
Wow.
A little, yeah, 3-bedroom house. So we've progressed a long ways with them being able to be in their own house. It's great. So over in the Twitch side, we have Flippin' 100 says hi, and the Vital Try Harder. I got it. It says hello. Antec says hello. Zach, good morning to you, Zach. Geeter Games says good morning. And Rico Ray says redeemed first. And Lexi wants me to have my Butterfinger, so I've got it right here in front of me, ready to go. And first time chat from Drago Wings. Dragon Wings. Okay. Says morning, Doc. Lexi says she's on a 72 stream watch streak. That's great. That's great. Zach says, if you guys remember the pics, of my car? Got my car back. It was a $4,000 job. The one-time insurance saved me money. I only paid $400. Well,
Okay.
that is great. $400 is, wow. It's a small price to pay for avoiding death in that situation. That was just a bad story. Fun fact, completed phase 1 in only 800 hours.
Wow, so fast.
Yeah, biomass is a pain. Absolutely. Yeah. I did a made new world 1.2 100x elevator parts, 2 times cost. Oh dear, 5x power, impure and randomized. Oh no, with Satisfactory Plus.
That's just pain.
You want to live in pain constantly. Oh man. Oh gosh. I would never do that. Oh right. Kirby says hi. I love pain, he says. Well, obviously, you love pain. Oh. Oh, so Punisher Troop says, wow, that's quite the investment in both space and patience. Yeah, it is. And now they have 10 children because they had another one come along during the time we've been building that house. But the house ends up being about 6,000 square feet total. 3,000 on the first floor, 3,000 on the second floor, a little less than 3,000 on each floor. And then there's an attic space, an actual play place in the attic that is all built out too. So yeah, it's quite the house. So all right, and now we're building a 50 by 30, so 50 by 30, 1,500 square foot shop to build all the stuff to support the property. Can you fit a jet in there? Not quite.
No.
Not quite. Plenty of room for more. Yes, definitely plenty of room for more.
In that shop though, it's multiple families worth of tools all being housed in one location, so we can all work together.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Spencer, while he's here, will have his tools there, and I suppose he'll have his tools there if the rental that he gets doesn't have space for them. He'll store stuff there.
And he's a welder and amateur blacksmith by trade, so he has a very different set of tools from everybody else.
Yep, definitely. And so the shop is going to have a paint booth. A paint booth that's going to be 12 by 16. It's going to have a what we call dirty work area, place to work on cars, do his welding and so forth. That'll be an area right next to the large sliding door. It's a big garage door, not a garage door type, but a more of a barn door, slide to the side barn door. And then the rest of it, 30 by 30, will be woodworking shop. So that'll be good. Ask the age range of the kids, infant to 18. So Kirby just subscribed to tier 1. Now he's gone on for 2 months. Thank you. Thank you much. Appreciate you doing that. All right. Well, let's go to the game and see what we've got in store today. Okay. All right. Here we go. Today, what we want to do is I was out here looking at my picture of Doc. Somebody, I can't remember who, did a beautiful
Every
picture.
stream we have to be reminded who did it.
Yeah, I have to be reminded who did it. Somebody ought to put their name down here.
Yeah, although check on that bottom right, there might actually be something there going on.
Well, I really didn't.
I mean, I could see their palette they made. Yeah, I think I see a label on there.
All right, beautiful picture. And as always, Kirby. Thank you, Kirby. Thank you, Kirby. And there's his palette. That's cool. So you could just copy from here and paste, copy, paste. That is cool. That is quite the sign. Quite the sign. And then we've got, is all the artwork yours, Kirby? Because we have Kermit over here. So we have Kermit there. And we got another building going up there. That's pretty cool. That's my building there. And my building here. And so
Florida Mowers here says good morning, Doc, and everyone.
Good morning.
And first time chat from Mention If on 60-second. He says, do you think it's possible to beat the game with just biomass burners? It would be a pain.
I don't believe so, because you have such a huge power requirement that your biofuel generators would burn it up so fast that you wouldn't be able to go collect it fast enough. The big problem with biofuel burners is you have to collect the fuel and put it in the burners. And it would become an onerous task after a while. And we've got artwork here. We got a roaring dinosaur there. So what we've got is we've got all the parts for phase 3 put into the machine already, and it is time to send those parts up to the space elevator. So let's get that going. All righty. Okay.
One Metal Fist says, Doc, listen to what's going on. Already started a new world. Even showed Robert the roads I'm working on. I was starting to build. It's actually building pretty fast. The annoying part is the cloud system for materials. I have to upload materials to the cloud and wait to get materials back. And it takes so long every time. If I leave and come back, it can take even longer than just waiting for it to finish. I even upgraded it once. It still takes forever.
Wow. Wow. All right, so now we can see the new parts being built. All right. Okay. Okay, well, it's almost done. There we go. It's getting there. The docking station for the spacecraft is being built. That's pretty cool. Okay, so phase 4 is next, and it looks like we need to get to the hub. Now, the neat thing about it is I have a hypertube here that takes me to my building, and this actually takes me to the top floor. And we'll have to go down Okay, so this is the top floor of my building, and over here is the space elevator. Pardon me, is a regular elevator, and we are on the 4th floor right now. And I need to call the elevator. And I just marked the floors today so I could tell which floor I'm on, and that floor name will change once I figure out what I'm going to build on this floor.
I'm gonna go take care of some dogs, Doc. If you don't object too terribly.
Just as long as I mean, they're going to get kicked out if they do something
Of course.
nefarious in here.
Yep. Those nefarious evil doggies.
Mm-hmm.
You never know what they're gonna do.
All right. Whoops. Okay. This is the... Oh, that's 1st floor. The hub is on that floor. Oh. I thought I had labeled them correct, but I just went to the wrong floor. There's the hub. Okay. And they're already gone. Okay. So, what tiers and stuff have we already passed? They're uploaded, Duck. Okay. And we've already sent the... Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we need radio. Oh, this is obnoxious, Robert. Okay.
Calm down here in a second.
So we have, radio control units that we need for aeronautical engineering. Nuclear power, we need to go ahead and do the supercomputer. And let's look at tier 7. Okay. All right, we can select that milestone, and okay, very good. Okay, now we just have to wait for it to come back in 10 minutes. Very good. Very good. Very good. Thank you, both of you. Okay. Let's go, baby. Yep. It's always amazing to me that they must have some particle sort of... I mean, they can fly through things.
Okay. Zach asks, is there a limit to the number of floors an elevator supports?
If you have infinite elevators installed, no, but yes, in the main game there is a limit.
I think there's kind of like 2 questions there. Like a limit to the height of the elevator and a limit to the number of floors installed in an elevator.
Yeah, I have never hit a floor limit. So I don't think so. But
so except for the height limit, just naturally imposing a floor limit.
Right.
Okay. We do have a couple of questions here from some newer players.
Okay.
Looking for some general guidance. So as soon as you're done with your treat there, we can get some questions from Bruh.
We can get some questions from what?
Bruh is his name.
Oh.
And One Metal Fist says, Doc, did you see that? They had an animation where the clouds move away and the space elevator launches. Looks so good. Like the force of the launch creates air pressure that pushes the rain clouds away. Never seen that animation before. It's honestly pretty cool.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, Timo has an interesting question too. So
Okay.
how about if I take care of Timo's questions?
Sure.
Timo says, how did you find the time or space to make videos and stream with 9 kids in the house? Okay, here's the situation. When we bought this property, it had the barn on it. It had a house that Mama Doc and I could live in. It had a house that Robert could live in. At the time, Garrett had not joined us up here yet, but Garrett later joined us and lives with him in his house. It had a 1-bedroom studio apartment on the property that was built just like the others, same era, same time period. We gutted the 1-bedroom studio. Actually, we gutted the studio apartment because it really didn't have a bedroom in it. It just had the one room in it. We gutted that, and that became our studio. So by the time that the Beach family moved up here, we had the studio intact, so we could leave my house and go to the studio and do our filming. So we have a studio, 2 houses, now a 3rd house on the property now that the barn's been built into a house. So we have 3 houses that were already built on the property, basically, with the when you talk about the barn. And then we had the studio in addition, so that's where we were able to film. So that's how we did it. So, Robert, it looks like you have a question or two.
Yeah. Are you talking about the one from One Metal Fist?
University question. I thought
Oh,
you
okay.
wanted me
The
to.
university question. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Sure. They were a little bit. Oh, Zach did ask, is there Monster Energy at the ready?
There is. Been drinking it already. Today I chose to get and I don't know, the bottler for this particular one is tighter than all the rest. This one flavor is tighter than all the rest. It's one of the original zero sugar, but they've added strawberry, a shot of strawberry they call it to it. So strawberry shot Monster Energy zero sugar. So that's the Monster I'm drinking today. And
yeah, it tastes very much like a standard Monster with strawberry.
yep, just a touch of strawberry. But this one is really tight, and every single one of this particular flavor has been tight in my cup.
Well, I think I've just about perfected the size of the mug for the version I printed. So I need to put your logo into the side of one and print you a new one.
Okay, cool. My logo is in the Monster logo back?
As in, put a Doc logo on there instead.
Ooh,
That'd be
how
fun.
cool. Well, you did that for Garrett, Spencer.
Right.
You put his PT in the side of it for Panache Tomfool for his channel.
Yep.
So, all right, let's go to a question. All right, we have a question from Bros.
Bruh is stupid.
Okay, bruh. Okay, question from bruh is stupid. Okay, I've almost finished phase 2. What should I be doing? If you finish phase 2, what you do is you then go look at the 2 tiers that are next, and you start looking at which one you want to unlock first. Okay, because what happens is I'm going to go here to the dashboard here, and we look at the milestones. So tier 0 and 1. Yeah, you're looking at tier 3 and tier 4 now that you've finished tier 2. Okay. So you want to go look at building your first coal power plant. That should be your first priority. And then next, you probably should jump over to basic steel production so you can start your steel production. Okay. And the reason you do that is these 2 are probably the most important of tier 3 and tier 4. Tier 4, of course, gets you a bunch of goodies. Advanced steel production gets you the automated wiring recipe that you need to complete phase 3. Okay. So you start in tier 2, tier 3, and go coal power, basic steel. You can go back and get vehicular transport and the other one if you want, because you already make all of these things. You just collect the stuff and go throw them into the hub and get those done really quick. But the first thing you do is go build those coal power plants, because at this point you're probably getting a bit frustrated with your biofuel, and you want to get off biofuel as quick as you can, simply because if you don't, you're going to keep collecting and collecting and wasting a bunch of time keeping those biofuel generators supported. So try to get off of your coal power, and then go over to basic steel production so you can start getting those steel beams and steel pipes made, because those will be critical for a lot of recipes coming forward. Get those started, and then you can go to tier 4 and start, finish tier 3, of course. Finish those two in tier 3. And then tier 4, you just knock these out in order. You get a bunch of goodies here like the hyper tubes. You get logistics Mark 3, you get Mark 3 conveyors and Mark 3 lifts, which are really cool. You get your first taste of blueprints here. So a lot of goodies come in tier 4 that you like to use going forward. So it's an incredibly important tier. It's a fun phase to work on, and those two tiers give you a lot of fun stuff. So that's basically how you progress. So let's go forward. Do we have another question?
No, the other question was the same one restated. So.
Okay. Could you get me a paper towel, please?
Sure. Mention asked if you've ever played any other factory games like Factorio.
I have played Factorio. I've played Foundry. I've played one day of Space Engineers, and I need to go back to that one. I tried out Captain of Industry for a little while and played that one. I played something of Iron. What was that name?
Or something.
Yeah, yeah. Let me go look that one up. Let me get my Steam library up here. Foundry. I mentioned Foundry already. Let's see. Librarian. I'm trying to tidy up the library a little bit there too. Something of Iron. I can't remember. Iron Lung.
That comes from Garrett's library.
Okay.
That's not a factory game.
Nope, it's not. Belts of Iron. That's it. Belts of Iron. Played a bit of that. That name needs that one needs a little bit of maturing before it's ready for prime time. So basically, yeah, I've played quite a few different factory games and had some fun. Hey, we've got the hub again ready to go for the next tier.
Hamburger Helpless and Alan both asked about Shapes 2.
Yes, I've played Shapes 2. Played quite a bit of Shapes 2. Love the game. It's not very fun to watch, so we haven't really made a lot of videos on it. We made a video for the release day. They gave us the game, and I said, "Yeah, I'll make a video for release day," and we launched that video on release day. And I've had a lot of fun with it since. So it's good stuff. Good stuff there. I love it. Okay, and we've got Hover Pack there. We've got all the stuff for the Hover Pack. Yay! Hover Packs!
Good.
Yes. So as soon as the pod comes back, we'll put it in there for the Hover Packs. Get that done. So what has happened here, just so that you understand, Rico Ray, that you see on the screen saying yes, and several others have been working, like Mega Meaty Bacon Man and Mega Meaty Bacon Man and the person who made the do I need to go out and look at his name on the sign again? Who made the guy who
That's
made
Kirby.
Beautiful Kirby made all the beautiful artwork. There's been a lot of work going on. They've collected all of these parts and stuff over the weekend, and are just basically getting to the point of being able to unlock all these things. They actually had all of these things when I first logged in today. All of these stuff for these upgrades were sitting in a big container over here, an industrial storage container over here. And then when I was down unlocking it in the space elevator and watching the space elevator graphic, they were up here stuffing all this into the hub. So that's why all of these parts are in here, um, in spite of the fact that we hadn't completed phase 3. So when I completed phase 3, they stuffed all these things in there so I could just unlock all these things. And they're off happily building while I'm sitting here waiting for the pod to come in and unlock things. So that's good. That's good. Dyson Spheres program. Yes, I've played Dyson Sphere program a bit. Um, I have not conquered it yet. I do not feel like I've made much progress. I have trouble looking at the looking down on the factory, and they have to move your mechanical guy around in order to get in range to actually build. And I'm still struggling a little bit with how that mechanic works. Um, but I have played it, and I've gotten a little ways. But I haven't played it enough to get really proficient at it yet. So
One thing to note that this is kind of his Satisfactory was Doc's first real game since playing a bit of World of Warcraft, and Guild Wars 2 back in the day, very casually.
well,
So
casually enough to get one character up to level 80 in WoW when 80 was the top. So
yeah,
Mama Doc and I played quite a bit of that. And then when
casually.
yeah, and stop it. Anyway, it wasn't casual for me.
Correct.
For me, it was quite a big deal. And then when they decided that, that my account was somehow being used to sell to outside the game, they closed my account on me. Made me really, really upset. But anyway, so I left that game, started playing Guild Wars. So what did 3 minutes until hard drive can be scanned? Let's hope it's the right one. So Ananasek, Ananasek, okay, is looking for hard drives and scanning. AFK crafting. Okay. So we see a lot of dialogue happening with Rico and Ananasek. I have a hard time getting my tongue around that name. I'm sorry. Oh. And how much longer until it comes? 5 seconds. Yes, and it'll be there. Which is weird. It's really weird.
We had some comments while you were waiting for that. Woofer B has a great question / comment that I think we should take in the university.
All right. Well, I'm going to hit the launch button here, and we've got another 5 minutes to wait for the ship to return. I am gonna go ahead and choose. I think it's hazmat suits, has everything. So I'm going to select that milestone and wait for it to come back. And let's go to the university. Okay. So is it both of these?
It's 3 of them.
It's 3 of them, and it's all one question?
Yes.
Okay. So Woofer B asks, after saving the day for the first time, I upgraded my nuclear plant to process all waste and burn everything. It took a while to get all the parts automated and feed it into the plant. After doing all this, the gain in power generation feels marginal to what it costs to make singularity cells. Would you suggest sticking to uranium and thrashing, or how about if we sink the plutonium rods, or is my math off? Your math is not off at all. The amount of work and effort that goes into turning it into plutonium rods to burn it again, and then taking it to fixonium rods and burning those final fixonium rods is a lot of work for a marginal amount of extra power. the benefit really comes in being able to sink the plutonium rods, and you get an incredible amount of extra coupons for those. It's not the biggest in the game, because the biggest in the game is the rocket that you make at the very at fulfilling phase 5. Um, the ballistic warp engine that you make is by far the largest sink item in the game. But at the level where you're starting to make nuclear, the plutonium cells really are the best, or the plutonium rods are really the best to sink at that point, rather than making them into fuel, because just like you take the waste from one process, you're going to get less power out of that waste. And then you take the waste from that process, you're going to get far less power out of that waste. So literally, it's a downward spiral for a lot of extra effort that tends to not be worth it as far as I was concerned. I did it once, and I won't ever go all the way to Fixonium again. It was just too much. So I hope that helps, and let's go on with the game.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of taking it. It's an option. It's not really great for power, but it's there in case you don't want to deal with waste.
Yep. Or you don't want to deal with the waste by sinking the plutonium cells.
Mhm.
So,
Wolf says, I picked up the game a few weeks ago, and so thankful for your tips and trick shorts.
all
Thanks for
right.
making such wonderful content.
You betcha. Thank you. 14 more hard drives I gathered this morning, too. Wow. Okay. So, Rico, go ahead and put those in the dimensional depot, so if anybody's around a MAM at any point, they can take one and put it in there and keep scanning. Okay. Guild Wars 3 is coming out.
I heard, but I haven't seen the video yet. I
Interesting.
haven't seen the trailer.
Could revive my old Guild Wars 2 content and account and probably upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Is Guild Wars 3 going to be a Steam game this time?
That's a good question. I'd say probably, because what game isn't a Steam game these days, unless you're basically like EA, but even then,
Uh-huh. It can be a Steam game, she says. Okay.
that's cool.
And Chimali says, hey, first time chat. That's cool. Sinking. That was the word. Thanks for the answer. Yes. Okay. You betcha. You betcha. That's going to be a good Q&A question.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I've got 13 seconds to wait, and we can get the next milestone for the hazmat suit, so people can go build that super duper nuclear power plant that they've been dreaming about. Okay, that joke went nowhere.
I didn't. Okay, I was thinking you seriously.
Okay. Hazmat suit is ready for launch. Okay, but it doesn't want to launch. So, how about if we go back to hazmat suit? Should I do control development systems?
I
So we
don't
can make
think
the
it matters. You'll do
supercomputer?
both. You'll do both very soon. So one Metal Fist said, Robert, did you like the tunnel idea I'm building? I took inspiration from people online, but I made it my own system. Every factory connects to hidden tunnels under the roads, so the logistics mess stays underground. Since you struggle with refueling trucks using small vehicles, I
Uh-huh.
want to use lower tunnels for fuel and materials, while the upper road stays for normal truck traffic.
Cool.
Yeah, that absolutely works. In fact, today's video that just came out about 15, 20 minutes ago has a different solution for fueling using factory carts in there as well.
Yep.
So,
And since the trucks basically just sip fuel, they really don't need a whole lot of fuel. A factory cart, dedicated factory cart to each place, literally can fill enough fuel to to keep your trucks going. So, all right, I've got to wait 14 more minutes for this to go by. And hey, guys, uh,
By the way, somebody asked what it takes to be able to play with Doc if you want to play with him. This is our member server. So anybody who's a member on YouTube or a subscriber on Twitch, including Prime subscriptions, can come join and play with us. We've had, probably about 10 or 12 people come in and out playing this server that just started with 1.2.
yep.
So, yeah, if you'd like to come join, absolutely.
In fact, this is our community 1.2 server release day save. We had this. What was that release day? June 2, June 2nd. So
Yeah,
it's
I
3
think
weeks
so.
old.
Yeah.
This one's only 3 weeks old, and we've had a lot of fun so far. That's for sure. What should I build? Okay. All right. Can you get me a name for the one on the left? That's the director something system?
Assembly director.
Assembly director system?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Maybe the one that needs the adaptive control unit. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go here and say assembly director system. And that one does need the adaptive control unit, and I'm making adaptive control units. We also need the supercomputer. So, oddly enough, this one's made in an assembler. Here we are at phase 4, and we still have a part that's only being made in an assembler. So I will go ahead, guys, for you that are on the server. I will make the supercomputer, and I'll bring over the adaptive control unit from my other building over there, and I will start on the assembly director system. And that should be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Disc says, wow, last time I played, you didn't need that many parts for the elevator.
Oh, gosh, you noticed. Well, the one thing that we're doing with this particular world is what we found is when we were playing together with a group of people, it went so fast that you blasted through phase 5 and you didn't have much time to enjoy the game. So literally, we wanted to slow this game down, and 1.2 gave us the opportunity to do that by increasing the elevator parts, space elevator parts, by 50 times. So yes, there is quite a few more parts than normal. Normally, you'd get 100 parts for that far right one. Gosh darn. See, we're getting into the phase 4
cube,
parts. Yeah, that cube over there. Getting into the phase 4 parts that start getting a little fuzzy because you don't encounter them quite as much. So yeah, the assembly director system that I'm going to be making, normally that would be 50 less, so that would only be 500 of those normally. Multiply that times 50 and you get 25,000. So that's why you're seeing the high number of parts. So yes, you're very observant. The number of parts needed are far more than normal. So
okay, can we do one more university question for you?
oh sure, why not? I've got another 9.5 minutes to wait. So okay. Well, the train is going by, so it's kind of noisy behind me, but Daba Fett, is that a reference to Star Wars?
I imagine so.
Looks like it. I'm about to build my first oil plant. I have the alt recipes. It's pretty daunting task, Any suggestions? Um, your first oil plant, yes, it is a little bit of a challenge. There are all kinds of recipes for the residuals that you want to focus on. One of the first things you want to do is you need to get plastic and you need to get rubber. Those are needed to unlock tiers later and and they're especially plastic is in a component for a lot of different parts. So you want to focus on getting when you put your first oil processing plant together, is you definitely want to focus on getting plastic and rubber. Once you get those handled, a couple milestones later, you'll unlock the oil electrical generator. Okay, so the fuel-based generators. Um, then you can take the residual heavy oil residue that comes from making plastic and making rubber. You can process that into fuel and you can burn off the rest of the residual heavy oil by putting it into fuel based generators and start generating electricity with it. So the first focus is plastic and rubber. And then you take that residual heavy oil and make fuel and throw it into electrical generation so that you can um, add to your coal generators that you did in the previous phase. So that's the way you progress through that. And I hope that helps. Let's go forward. Do I have another question?
No, that should be it.
All right.
Although we have a confirmation from Doc Holmes. He says, did I hear that correctly? If you're a YouTube member, you can join the server.
Absolutely.
And Doc Holmes is a YouTube member. So here's how you get yourself connected. Go ahead and join the Discord, which was linked in the chat just above. Join the Discord, and then in Discord, you click on the settings button in the bottom left-hand corner, and connections. And in connections, you connect your YouTube or Twitch account, and you will automatically be given the proper role as member on the Discord server. And then you can open up the forum for Satisfactory, and the member forum for Satisfactory. It'll have the connection information for you.
Oh, I'm going to go over here. Hey, guess what? Hover pack. I need a computer. I need what's this? I need some alclad aluminum sheets. Where are we making aluminum, folks? I need some alclad aluminum sheets. Let's see if we've got that going into the depot already. No, no. Can somebody please put some alclad aluminum sheets into the depot so we can start making hover packs, please? Please, please, pretty please with sugar on top. Okay, and let's see if we've got any filters. No gas filters in the depot either. We need to be mass producing the gas filters for everybody so we can do more exploring. Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah. And so, okay, we don't have any. Oh no. Uploaded sheet stock. Okay, Rico is updated. Thanks. Okay, never mind. Okay.
And Lexi did link the trailer for Guild Wars 3.
Okay.
So don't know if that's something you want to watch on stream. Generally, those are perfectly safe to watch on stream.
Generally.
Or if you want to
But why don't you preview it if you've got a moment?
Yeah.
And if it's okay to watch on stream, if people want to see it.
Sure.
I liked Guild Wars. I really did.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if my old account, I haven't been back to it in so long, and it's not part of Steam, so I don't even think to go reinstall it and start over again. So,
okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're going to let progress roll from one game to the next. We'll have to see.
Mm-hmm.
But
if they don't, I don't mind. They don't, I don't mind starting over. So,
and my Guild Wars account, every once in a while, I'll reinstall it and play around for an afternoon. And every time, yeah, I mean, I've had no problems with it working.
I can fly. I can fly.
And the power shuts down.
And the power shuts
You
down.
remember our first world, Doc? Your first world?
Yes, where we had trouble keeping hover packs going.
We were trying to upgrade the power, but we were at such a thin margin that we couldn't both fly at once. Either Doc could fly or I could fly. If we both flew at the same time, it would pop the breaker.
Yeah. Yes.
Spencer writes here, says, "Good morning, Doc and Robert."
Good morning, and it's good to have you. All righty. Okay, we've got, luckily we've got 50 gas filters there. Okay, that's where the filters went that were in the blue container. Okay, I got it. 3.5 minutes. Well, I'm going to go, the first thing I've got to do is, build a factory with manufacturers in it to make the supercomputer. So he made a very narrow building for me. How about if I go down even farther? I'm going to go down to the basement and build on that floor down there. Whoops. That's the one thing about elevators is remember to go press the button rather than just go through the door, because all the other doors go automatically open. I've run into the elevator door so many times. Because I, expect it just to open automatically. All right. Well, do you think I could use this floor space here? I think that's good enough, don't you? And then I can see this is my building right there, just above me, right here. So I could easily put the product that I make up here and use it on this next floor for the director assembly units. Be sure to use your mute button when you cough, Robert.
My bad.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll say this. I just finished watching the trailer. I am excited for it. It does look nice, but the beta doesn't begin for another 1.5 years.
Really?
Yeah. So
the
it is
beta doesn't begin. They're teasing it 1.5 years in advance.
It's a tease and a half.
That's a ridiculous tease.
So I think it looks like fun. I mean, I know what Guild Wars does. I've appreciated everything they do. The art style looks much better. One of the things they really did with Guild Wars 2 that feels like it kind of dated it is they went with a very particular kind of, I don't have the right words to describe it, kind of like painterly art style, which to me was always too mushy and always, for me, took extra time to understand what's on the screen, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That I didn't really appreciate. That this one already looks much better.
Oh, well, Gloomy Cookie came and joined. She said hi. And she says, I keep running into elevator's door. Well, don't do that, Doc. And then she goes and gifts 5 memberships to folks.
Thank you so much. It's a prequel, 1,000 years before Guild Wars 1.
Interesting. Well, that's cool. Boy, this supercomputer is going to take a bit to make. First off, do we have high-speed connectors being made anywhere already? And if we don't, we've got alternate recipes to it already. Oh, freighter reentry. All right, hub. There's the hub.
Cookie says, yeah, it's my birthday, so you get a gift. Enjoy your day, Doc.
Well, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. That's really cool that you'd give a gift this direction for for that. Um, interesting, interesting. Okay. We're gonna get the hazmat suit. You can go start going crazy on nuclear, guys. You got a hazmat suit that you can do
Go
too.
crazy on nuclear, he says.
Yep,
Okay.
you can go crazy on nuclear now. Yep. And aeronautical engineering needs stuff, and that needs stuff, and that needs stuff, and that needs stuff, and that needs more stuff. Okay.
Biggery says, Doc, remind us what animals you guys have. I remember you have farm animals?
At this, what in the world is that? That's a telephone, guys.
With a really obnoxious ringtone.
Yeah. It's hard to pick a decent ringtone. Okay, I'm going to select this milestone, but we need to make the radio control unit in order to do that. So the big question goes out. Do we make... Okay. We need a lot of things here. I'm very needy today. Okay. I'm very needy.
Okay.
Where are we making...
Wolf says, the flight pack is so good for building, but I love the movement of bunny hopping with a jetpack. So I find myself actively going back and forth
Yeah.
between builds.
Yeah, I can see that. I can totally see that.
I would love it if there was an update to Satisfactory, and one of those was allowing you to combine the two, because absolutely nothing's worse than flying along, getting somewhere nice and quick, and then accidentally tapping your hover pack and slowing down to the speed of the hover pack. Oh, I hate it so much.
Yeah. Okay. So, do we make high-speed connectors?
And then, Doc, I'm going to re-ask the question we already asked before.
Yes. You're going to re-ask a question.
I'm going to re-ask the question.
Okay.
What farm animals do you guys have?
Oh, that's right. That's right. I got distracted, didn't I? We right now we really don't have a whole lot. We've got chickens. We've got our own flock of chickens, and my daughter and family have their own flock of chickens.
They're weird chickens, though.
They did get a different breed of chickens than we did. But ours are laying and theirs are not. So,
And that's what happens when you buy weird chickens.
Okay.
No, and when I say weird, we have standard chickens. If you imagine a chicken in your head, it looks like our chickens.
Mm-hmm.
Their
Yeah.
chickens are these weird, long-necked, gaggly, weird...
Well, they have guinea hens too.
There we go.
They have guinea hens and chickens. They've got them both in the same flock.
Okay.
And so, they're not old enough yet to start laying eggs. So that's part of it.
Don't give them excuses.
We did have a goat, but the goat started headbutting the little kids, and so that was not not appropriate. So the goat was rehomed to a family that had a large herd that the goat could be with. The goat had lost its mate for some reason. One day we went out there, and we had the two goats, and one day we went out and the one was just gone, and we never did find remains, and never did find the goat. So not quite sure what happened there, but anyway, so we don't have the goats right now. We're holding off on getting any other farm animals until we can actually build some decent fenced areas. So there's been talk about getting a small a mini cow so that we can have some milk and breed it once a year to keep the milk flowing, because we do like milk products.
And with 10 kids over there.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They keep on okay. They're being used to make items for the Dimensional Depot. Yeah, kinda. Okay. They're not scaled to make space elevator parts. Okay. Okay. So I'm wondering how big of a bottom up factory I need to make. So I'm gonna go model this in in Satisfactory here, the Satisfactory calculator. I'm going to go to the planner and figure out all the supply chain for the output I want is a director assembly director system. Oh, see, this is what I was worried about. If that looks like a lot on one screen, it's because the directory assembler system is the complexity of the assembly director system is much more than what you've seen up to this point. The adaptive control unit was bad enough. The directory assembler unit, assembly director unit is even worse. So let's go and let's tear this apart a little bit. First off, we've got to make this a little bigger so you guys can see what's going on. Okay, so we need quick wire at this point to make the high-speed connectors. Okay.
And hello to Adrestea, by the way.
Yellow.
Good to see you again.
And Manfred 2K subscribed with Prime again for 17 months in a row. And he wishes us a wonderful day, and same to you, Manfred. I appreciate the Prime sub and appreciate the 17 months. That's amazing. That is amazing. So, okay, so this we need computers here. So I'm starting basically at the end. The two things I need to put into this thing are the adaptive control unit, which I already have a factory for. It's not a very robust factory. We really need to do better. We've got a heavy modular frame factory that's doing fairly well to go into this. So basically, I'm going to just cut this part off. Brother. Why do they choose to call in the morning? Okay, I can't do that. So we need to make supercomputers. We need to make adaptive control units. And the part of the supercomputer, I'm not even going to worry about the adaptive control unit piece over here. So I'm just going to pull those off to the side. Okay, and...
Julius, we'll get to your question as soon as Doc's done modeling this out.
Okay.
Okay.
That sounds good. See, if I was doing this in Satisfactory Modeler, I could just tell it that at this level, I'm supplying this number and be done with it. It would chop all this off by itself. Inputs into the system. That's right. Adaptive control unit. Okay. So see, that chopped everything off. So it's basically saying the adaptive control unit I'm going to get plenty of. And so, how many of these do I need? I'm going to say I've got 100 of them. Okay. 100 of them basically chop that whole tree off. Okay. So now I can deal with just the supercomputer. And I am making computers. These computers go into the adaptive control unit. So I probably need to make computers. I definitely need to make high-speed connectors. And AI limiters. I'm sure we don't have AI limiters coming anywhere. And the refinery. I'm sure we have enough plastic being made. I really don't want to go make the plastic. 28 units per minute. So I'm going to add an item here. I'm going to say that we get enough plastic. And I'm going to say it's going to be 28, which is what I need. And so the plastic is what? Plastic goes into the circuit board. And plastic goes into this too. Okay, how many do I need to make? If I do 100, okay, good. 100 does away with both of those. Good, 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 good. And gets rid of that. Okay, what is this here? More plastic, more plastic, more plastic. Oh, can you see the problem with plastic, guys? When you
Need
get
a
to
lot
this
of 'em.
level, you need it for this process, you need it for that process, you need it for this process. All three of them, all four of them separately. You know, there's actually 5 lines going into this. Now, okay, so I need to put, I'm going to just tack on another 0 here. Okay. At 1,000, it finally took all of those out, all the precursors out. I'm going to say I've got enough wire. Okay, so
Void Howl says, been a watcher of your shorts for a while.
uh-huh.
Just been shadowed by factory halls.
Okay, cool. Okay, so that takes care of the cable. Cable needs to go to 2 places. That's fine. We can do that to 2 places. And copper sheet goes into the circuit board. I'm pretty sure can get plenty of copper sheet. Copper sheet goes into 2 places, for the AI limiter and for the circuit board. Interesting. So I'm going to add an item, copper sheet.
We have a snoring dog.
Okay, we have a snoring dog, finally. Good. Heaven's sakes. Okay, we need to make quick wire. Okay. And I think we can almost be done with this process here. Okay, so our adaptive control unit basically works out like this. We've got to make the supercomputer and the adaptive control unit to go into the assembler for that. In looking at the upstream items here, as we analyze the rest of this part here, we're going to have to get some high-speed connectors, because they said that they weren't making them in a high enough quantity to support a supply line. AI limiters are also going to be an issue, and it looks like the circuit boards will probably be an issue, because I couldn't find them coming from anywhere.
Carry Me Please just says I have circuit boards being delivered to the hub train station.
To the hub train station. Okay. So I could probably get rid of circuit boards as an issue.
Oh, this is plastic and circuit boards.
Fantastic. Okay. So let's say we can deal with the circuit boards. Okay, so basically we've got, I'm going to have to worry about these 3 items there and make the circuit boards, make the supercomputers. And then the adaptive control unit I'll take from my other production line, and directory assembler system will be going. So this factory is going to be filled up easily with making these items. So I'm going to set this aside. Actually, I am going to take a picture of this, because I don't trust this page to stay open. So I end up closing pages just, oh, I didn't mean to close that page.
Yep.
So I'm going to just take a picture of this and good. I can keep the picture. I'll save that and I'll dock this back where it belongs. Good. And there's my picture, and I'll just put it in this window over here and I'll expand it. And now I've got that reference sitting over in the other window. Way cool.
Okay, so we do have a university question while you were
Okay.
out.
All right, let me read. Okay. Okay, so where did he say that they're coming into the hub train station for plastic and um
He says top floor of the train station.
plastic and what?
Plastic and circuit boards.
Okay, plastic and circuit boards. Okay, that's why it said we'd supply plenty of circuit boards. Okay. All right, let's go to the university. We'll answer that question.
Really? Well, there you go. There's one of them.
Okay. Well, Julius Horizon says, maybe not the right place to ask a general question. Well, this is the perfect place to ask a general question. Um, I don't know how I should set up a train system. Should I have a factory producing parts, ship them out across the world? In other words, beams. Um, this is the point in the game where you learn about logistics, okay? And if you have your steel factory at a far-flung area, because that's where you're able to find the coal and the iron that are in close proximity to each other, and that's where you just decided to make your iron, make your steel products, then yes. If you want to bring those into the factory, um, you set up a train system. Now, the easiest train system to make is just a two-way train system. You put up one train station there, you have however many freight cars that you want, and you put a locomotive on both ends facing out from each other. Okay, so you put a locomotive that sends it back that way and a locomotive that brings it to where you're picking the stuff up. And then you make sure that you have your train station faced the direction that the train is coming from. So basically, each train station is also going to point out the same way that the locomotives face on either end of the train. Make sense? It should. At that point, make sense that they face that direction. And then what you do is when you set up the route for the trains, you just identify the one train station and the other train station, and on a single track, that train will go back and forth. Now that does limit you to having only one train on that track because, of course, they would smack into each other if they were opposing each other. A variation to that one then is to have the train station make a loop at each end and pick up the train. The head of the train station, okay, would have to then be facing out, and and it would then go to the train station and then loop around and go to the other train station, pick up and load. When you create a loop like that, you've got multiple cars that can fit on that one train track. Okay, and then you can keep building from there and have other trains share those train tracks as you build up more. And then you start getting into learning how to do signals, the block signals and the path signals when you've got intersections. And I've got plenty of videos to guide you through that part of it too. So, um, are you going to bring it across the world? You might, but trains make it really, really easy to bring it across the world. And each train that you put on there does consume a certain amount of electricity. So by the time you get trains, you're going to be definitely into coal, and you're going to be wanting to build your oil power generation, fuel-based generation a little bit later, to make sure you can handle all the trains. But that's how you get started and slowly build up from there. So I hope that helps. And let's go back to the game. Unless you have another question.
We do.
Okay. So Void Howl asks, My biggest issue recently has been piping of water and fuel to my plants. Do you happen to know the optimal height per Mark 1 pump to raise fuel levels at 100%? Yes, if you go to the build menu, um, what'll basically happen is a fuel is a, like, for example, a water extractor or a refinery, or an oil extractor. Any one of those will raise the liquid about the height of the machine. The machine itself will raise it only that high. Each pump will raise it, um, depending on what the build menu says. So if we went to the build menu and we wanted to, we'll go to logistics here. And when you put a pipe on there, for example, if I highlight over this, it'll tell you that the maximum head lift is 20 meters. Okay. Now, what'll happen when you start putting the pump on the pipe is it will send rings up the pipe. And uh, if you've got it oriented wrong, just hit the R key and orient it going up. But it'll have rings. It'll show you how high the fluid will go up the pipe. Okay. If you need multiple of the pumps, it'll have a large ring that will show you how far the water or the fluid has gone. Um, Now, once you get to pipeline Mark II, it'll raise it 50 meters. Okay. So those are your indicators to get the fluid to raise up the amount that you want. Now, the rule of thumb is no higher than the machine that it's coming from. And then you've got these two pumps, Mark 1 and Mark 2, that'll raise at different levels. And you just watch the blue rings to see visually how far the fluid will go up the pipe. And that should get you 100% at the top, if you listen and look for those indicators. So I hope that helps. And let's go on with the game.
Okay. One more from One Metal Fist.
We have one more. Okay. And One Metal Fist says he's got a weird satisfactory question. The best iron recipe, the one with acid, and then the iron plus stone, then copper plus iron. What? Should I start my iron setup now with the stone recipe? I am totally beyond my depth there. I have no idea what he's talking about. Should I build completely new iron facility for the acid later? Keeping in mind that the factory I'm building now is supposed to become the main supplier for all my factories. Okay, the best iron recipe is the one with the acid. And then there's a recipe that has iron and stone. And then copper and iron. Interesting. I'm not quite sure what the question is. I would build a completely new facility, yes. Definitely build a new facility. If that facility's going to supply ingots to everybody, then definitely build a new facility for it, because you're going to want it to be as strong and robust in one place as you want, and link up trains to it and get it transported where you needed it. But yeah, I think that's a new factory would be the way to go there. So yes, that's a weird question. You live up to your reputation there with the weird questions. Thank you. Let's go back to the game. Okay. Leached iron ingot. Yeah, I think the one with the acid is called leached iron ingot. So
I think there were just some issues with the translation there.
it's what?
I think there were just some issues with the translation
Okay.
where it says iron and stone. Yeah.
Okay. Could be. Okay. Very good. And so, what have we got here? The hub bootstrap system. Okay. So we've got 4 containers. We've got computers and AI. Okay.
One Metal Fist clarifies the question is it worth replacing the entire interior and leaving only the iron, replacing it with acid, or leave it as is and build a whole new factory?
I always like to leave my old factory as is and build new. Um, that's the way I prefer to build. Okay, we've got that's why that one and those. Okay, I am going to just do a little organization here.
Wolf asks, did you used to be a teacher? You are so patient with your explanations.
I am a teacher, not used to be. I teach at Lindenwood University. I teach blockchain and database design courses there. I was a teacher when I was originally hired at Boeing, and I stayed a teacher the entire time I was at Boeing, as well as being a software database designer, developer there. Basically, I design a system and teach people how to use it. Is kind of the way things went most of the time. So, yes. So, to answer your question, am I a teacher? Yes, I'm a teacher. Teaching is my passion, my love. And basically the whole channel's been devoted to that kind of a structure too. So it's pretty cool. Okay. This is gonna end up being a didn't Duck used to stream more than 1 day a week, or am I wrong about that? Mirage Gaming, yes. What ended up happening is when we went to a 3-day schedule, I was taking so much time away from Robert that he wasn't able to process all of the stuff that we had going on with the videos to produce videos, and we're discovering things that just got that that just got dropped along the way, just got overlooked, and so we're finding old videos that we recorded that Robert's currently working through, and I just needed to give him more time to do that. We may stream more again later, but for now, we're going to stream once a week for now, and let let everything with schedules settle down. During the summer, I'm also doing a lot more work out and to get our shop built and get kitchens, get a kitchen built for my daughter, and which means cabinets and stuff. So nuclear power is unlocked. Way cool. So that's the kind of things that are going on. So yes, I did stream more often, and I like streaming, so I'll probably return to more streaming later. But in the meantime, okay. So let's select the icon here, and this is the high-speed connectors.
Doc just can't help himself.
Yeah. Yep. I just can't help myself. That's
Ice
one way
Rice
to say it.
Flag says, you're really good at teaching too. I have many hours of Satisfactory, but I still watch your educational content on YouTube. Even if I know it, I find fascinating the way you explain things.
Okay. Well, nice compliment. Thank you. Okay.
And Samuel Snackson says, hello, Doc.
Hey, it's been a while. It's been a while. Okay, so which one is this? Okay, it's plastic AI limiters. Plastic AI limiters, and then the fourth one over there. Okay.
And Lexi asked, have you thought about making the stream 6 hours instead of 4 since you only stream once a week?
Robert, have we thought about that? Or is that a non-starter?
Have I thought about it? What do I think of it? To be honest, I'm open to it.
Okay.
So, yeah, if we want to talk about that, we can. Void Howl says, I was just a welder, but Satisfactory got me into architecture and engineering too.
Nice. Okay. Just a welder. Huh, don't be. Nobody's just anything. You know, you're a lot more than just your thing you do at work. Okay.
And we have another good question from Pardo when we get the chance.
Oh, that kind of a good question.
Yeah. And Bacon says, I'm just a spaghetti chef.
Oh, no, you're not just a spaghetti chef. Oh, everybody has a whole lot more value than just what they do. Okay, so let me remind myself what the fourth product is a computer. And okay. Okay, this one's going to be a computer. And once I get all these marked, then I can go ahead and start continuing to fill them, and then of course take them from here to the next level and build the adaptive control units. Oh, I've got a hover pack on, don't I?
Let's take you to the university, Doc.
Okay, fine. Push. Okay. Okay, we have a question from Pardo, 1987. What's the best way to avoid or stop sloshing in pipes? In a game I have with some friends of mine, the liquid seems to slosh around a lot. It sloshes around a lot of times because you've got storage containers on there, fuel storage or liquid storage of some sort. First, to avoid sloshing is to get rid of those containers in the line. Next thing is to make sure you've got enough coming into that line that it pressurizes the whole thing and gets it full. Once it's full, it can't slosh. Okay, so if you get it full, so that you've got enough in the line for each of the machines to take theirs, sloshing is significantly minimized, and you generally don't have problems. So your biggest offender, though, is going to be your big storage container and your small storage container, because they're just a recipe for sloshing, because they fill up, they push down. They really don't provide a whole lot of benefit to the line. In fact, the sloshing issue is one of the big downsides to using storage containers of any sort. So now, if they're 100% full all the time, in other words, your line is full and the storage containers are full, I would venture to say that you don't need them if it's always full. So, but if they're always full, that sloshing should go away as well. Also, so hope that helps, and let's go back to the game.
Okay.
Or take another question.
Another question. There you go.
All right. Chimley asks another question. He says, is there enough uranium in the map to supply all the energy need for our factories? Yes, very definitely. Now, it doesn't seem like there's much, but it does not take very much uranium to supply a lot of power plants. So, yes, there's plenty around the world to keep things going. So, hopefully that helps. And let's go back to the game.
Dude,
Okay.
wrong button.
Okay. This is going to be the supercomputer.
And Pardo says, wow, I actually thought the fluid buffer prevented sloshing. Thank you. Consider them gone.
Okay, good.
Mirage asked, do pumps help sloshing? I use them, but I don't know if they help.
Do pumps help sloshing? I have not found that pumps help sloshing at all. It's really more of a situation where the pipes work adequately if you just stick to pipes. and make sure you fill the pipes adequately. Um, like for example, if I want a long string of either coal power plants that need water or fuel-based power plants, I just make sure that if the fluid coming in on one side needs to fill several devices, and I've got more than one um, place where it's filling, I make sure that I fill it at various places along the pipe rather than just trying to stuff it all in one end. So, like for example, if I've got 3 refineries filling 8 power plants, fuel-based power plants, I will have one refinery fill the one end, the another refinery fill the other end, and then the third refinery filling in the middle. And literally, that will pressurize the whole pipe and make sure that it doesn't slosh anywhere at all. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we got supercomputers, and how many supercomputers do we have? We've got 33 of them made already. I'm going to go grab some computers. Let's see if there's any computers in here. And yes. Okay. Well, for temporary support, this is fine, I guess.
Yeah, Mirage Gaming says, I built at the world limit height once. My portal room took the drones 11 minutes to make the trip all the way up to the top.
With drones?
That's crazy. And Ruben Jr.'s here.
All right. Trying to prove he's human again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Always. Joe Game asks, is there any calculator I can use to make my machines work proper? Seen a lot of your videos that sometimes want more, need to adjust my base quite a bit.
Uh-huh. I use Satisfactory calculator a lot. I also use I use the O key here to get the recipes. Like right now, I'm working on the supercomputer, and I'll see that the supercomputer is made with these items, and it goes into this, and it gives me some base numbers to build one. Tells me I can build 1.875 of these. Therefore, multiply that times the amount of plastic. It tells you how much per minute you need, that kind of thing. I also use the N key in, so it's the quick search by tapping N, and you can do basic addition, multiplication, so forth, the quick calculator inside the system. Otherwise, outside the system, I use Satisfactory Calculator and Satisfactory Modeler. Those two allow quick access to tools that add it up a lot quicker and faster. Like for example, the bit of work that I did to put together this schema to figure out what I needed to build for the assembly director system, and so those two tools I use quite a bit. So
Yeah.
I hope that helps.
So Zach asks,
Uh-huh.
I feel like Rob does, but is Doc into Warhammer 40k? He just got his 11th edition box delivered.
Oof. No, not into Warhammer at all. But okay, where am I going from here? I need to go. I put computers in. I put limiters in.
I don't
Let's see.
play Warhammer, but I do. Oh, I did get into Warhammer Fantasy for a little while, and
Uh-huh.
I still enjoy those miniatures. But I was more on the role playing game side, so I played D&D and that kind of thing. So I have a lot of miniatures and models. And let me show on screen. This is my Skaven Doom wheel that I printed on my resin printer and then painted up along with some terrain and stuff that I had made. So, I have a little bit of miniature painting experience, but Warhammer people are just at another level entirely.
Yeah.
I'm a casual by comparison.
A casual player by comparison. But hey, isn't that model that he printed on his 3D printer and painted really, really cool looking? I mean, I am so impressed. Robert needs to use his resin printer more often, I think.
Yeah, yeah, I do.
Okay.
Bacon says, "Wow, that's a clean print."
Yeah,
Yep. I mean, it's resin, which really helps.
that's what the problem is. Okay. Oh, come on, please.
Mhm.
There I go. Why am
Bridget
I?
says, "Me and my brother have been watching your videos because we're trying
Uh-huh.
to work on our stuff, but I
Okay.
enjoy your tips."
You bet. Good, good,
Nice.
good, good.
And looks like Kirby says they have a Saturn S2 printer.
Uh-huh.
That's the big boy version of my Elegoo Mars that I have. I have a Mars 3. It's the
Mm.
little boy.
Wow.
Zach says, "I would love to share some of the painting I've been doing."
All right. We have
Please
a
do.
section of the Discord that people are sharing their the IRL section in real life. They can share. You can share pictures of what you're building, and um, we haven't done it in too long, but we have.
Oops.
We do share that stuff
Hmm.
in the stream, so that would be cool. All right, I am gonna go start retrieving. Boy, that train is really loud. I need some soundproofing in here. Yeah, this train that goes beside the building here gets to be quite the. So, boy, we are just blasting through the tiers. Advanced aluminum production. Okay, cool.
Even with the 50X.
Even with, even with, no, we're not blasting through the phases. We're blasting through
Oh,
the
okay,
tiers.
okay, okay.
So a lot of work has been done. A lot of work has been done to collect all the items, and I don't know if they're handcrafting them or what, but they're. Does that mean we're done with all of the tiers? No, we got leading edge production here next. Okay, Kirby is here. All right.
Mhm.
Okay.
Ruben says, "Good news, Doc. Today I completed project assembly. Feels good. I'll be taking a break from the game for a couple months before I start a random nodes playthrough. Thanks for all the tips and tricks."
You bet. Before you start a random, I'd take a long break before I started that again. Man.
I think he's saying he doesn't like random nodes.
Okay. Well, the pod isn't going to return. I'm Rico. I'm putting the supercomputers back in the storage over here. Um, Only because I don't want to hold them in my inventory for so long. So I'm going to put them back in here. Okie dokie. Okay. Let's go start figuring out how I'm going to get the adaptive control units over here. Oh, there goes the server glitch.
And first time chat from Hoffen Poffen.
Hoffen what?
Hoffen Poffen.
Okay.
That's a great name. Says, just started playing Satisfactory. Have seen lots of your shorts. Nice help.
Appreciate you saying so. That's good. I like doing those. I like doing those. Yeah. And we just figured a whole bunch more shorts that we're going to be putting out, and as soon as Robert gets a little bit more caught up, we'll start scripting those and start building those shorts.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, Mega Meaty Bacon Man, thank you so much for labeling my factory here. I appreciate the fancy spelling as well. So. Okay, the adaptive control units are here.
Bacon says, oh yeah, all good. We have a great university question. Nice quick one.
Another one, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, lots of good ones coming. It's just the question, is Robert AI? That's a quick answer.
Oh.
Your queuing system isn't working all that well
No,
today,
it's
huh?
not.
Is that the question?
That's the question. It's a nice good one.
All right, Joe Game Videos says, does Jetpack consume any fuel? Yes, it does. So when you're putting on the jetpack, let me just do that real quick. When you put on the jetpack here, you can choose your fuel by clicking this little gear key here. And my preferred fuel in this case is the packaged turbo fuel, because we happen to be making that. But by default, it consumes solid biofuel when you first build it. And then if you've got your oil fuel-based generators running, you can run it on packaged fuel or turbo fuel, even liquid biofuel if you ever make liquid biofuel. I have never in my whole game experience ever made packaged liquid biofuel. Just never done it. The gear key, and it does burn that. So when you have that, what you can see is that over on the left hand side it says that it's got 93 of those, and you can see how much it's burning, and it'll keep you aloft in that bottom left there. It will keep you aloft as long as the fuel will burn in that one canister, and after that you just drop to the earth, and then it refills and you can go again. Okay, so it had 93, now it has 92, and that's how it goes. So does it burn fuel? Yes, it does. And the lower left corner is your indicator of how much fuel you have left to continue flying. So hope that helps, and let's go back to the game.
And Joe says, wait, why is my message on the video? Yeah, so for anybody watching, that's the way that we bring up short questions so Doc can answer it, and then we actually clip those and turn those into the Q&A shorts you see daily on the YouTube channel.
Yep.
And Ice Rice Flag says, liquid biofuel is the best thing to stay hovering. Not much verticality, but it has the longest duration.
Okay.
Yeah, every fuel is slightly different. And Joe says, interesting. I'm only on phase 1 on my game. Hopefully this weekend I'll be phase 2. Thanks for the fuel tip.
You betcha. Okay. I think.
Mhm. One Metal Fist says, Doc, if we're talking about I had a very interesting conversation with Robert the other day. Robert feels comfortable talking about it. I have no problems because the conversation was really interesting. um, okay.
Oh,
Oh, no, no, no. We did have a conversation. Actually, Doc, I told you a little bit about it.
you did, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
About how both religion and government regulation are handling AI in the future.
Yeah.
So we'll see what One Melphis has to say about our conversation. I appreciate it. I thought it was fun to get a different perspective. We agreed on a lot of things and had some things that we had different approaches to. So
As any good discussion should.
hmm we have a first time chat from It's Silly Gilly. Says I just got to phase 2. Wanted to know when I should start thinking about aesthetics. Breaking apart all different factors, they have separate products. I just don't know where to start.
Okay. Well, when we start talking about aesthetics, really you can think about it at any point in time. I would get through your first build, your first major playthrough before I would start focusing on it. But there's a YouTuber, my name Jake's. My name's Jake. My name, anyway. Can you tell me which one has the S
My
on it?
name Jakes.
My name Jake's. Okay. He has a YouTube channel where his focus from the very beginning of every playthrough is um, is aesthetically pleasing. He just focuses on building that way. To him, building the factories is secondary to making it look good first and then producing something in the process. So it really depends on your focus. How do you want to do it? Because literally, it can be done in either way, anyway. So I hope that helps. Hope that helps kind of take the pressure off. Um, because yeah, it's fun to do it either way.
I agree with that. And Captain Obvious confirms Jake's name, and he says his builds are insane.
Yeah, insanely good.
Yeah.
I forgot that I had changed from my hover pack to
It's
show
Silly
that.
Gilly says it does help. Thanks.
Okay.
Good. And Bacon says Jake's builds are top tier.
Yep.
Agreed. And it looks like Joe Game Videos also streams, as he used to stream World of Warcraft,
Mm-hmm.
but now he has adjusted to due to uh, lack of time. Sure.
Yeah. Those darn time constraints. I mean, really.
Ruben says, Robert, soon AI will be an exclusive product. Too expensive to train and maintain these models. I don't think I agree with that.
What do you mean by an exclusive product?
Yeah. From what I've seen, cost per tokens are going down, the efficiency of tokens are going up. Um, the cost to run a model is falling. The cost to train is still going up because more and more investments coming in, but the cost of actual function is collapsing. So I don't think it's failing. But there are definitely people who are more knowledgeable about the subject than I am.
How is this an invalid conveyor shape?
Oh. The first time chat from the Jewish boss says, I just started playing again, been seeing your clips all over YouTube. Your tips have helped me get past many other of my other saves.
Fantastic. I mean, progression is by far the... What is going on here?
Well, you have it on curve. That's ew, weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all messed up.
Usually you don't have that happen unless you got flex planes or some well, okay. That stayed straight this time. Okay, and this should be the floor of my factory. Right there. Fantastic. I think I'm going to...
So one Metal Fist says, my concern is that religion lasts much longer than normal laws. Civil laws can change, but religious beliefs and interpretations can survive for hundreds or thousands of years. That's why connecting religion too strongly to AI worries me. People can take it to extremes. AI has no soul, so it has no rights. Or my religion allows this use. AI should stay practical, legal, scientific, and balanced.
Yes, it should. It is a tool. It's not a religious object of any sort.
Mhm. One Metal Fist says, in the end, I believe AI may one day become alive in some form and develop its own personality. If religious laws are already written against it, we could be denying basic rights to a future living being.
Oof.
It should not matter if life is electronic or born from a mother. If it can think, feel, and exist as a being, we must be careful how we judge it.
Okay. I'm not with you on that one.
Yeah, Doc, you had a bit of a reaction to that one.
Yeah.
I am, okay, people have accused me of many things, but I'm definitely a human supremacist. And this is what I said to one of them.
Human supremacist.
I'm a human supremacist.
Okay.
Humans above everything. Period.
That would be a way to put it, I guess. That's interesting.
I'm sorry, I've watched Battlestar Galactica. I know what the future might hold, and I'm against it.
And you're against the future. Okay.
Kate has asked, Doc, he's watched some of your videos. What's the piece that you use for your rail support in clients? You can't find it anywhere.
What is the piece that I use for my rail support inclines?
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. I use a very level rail support. The only main rail support that I make is with let's see. If I go down to architecture, I believe it's these foundation supports, these frames.
He might be referring to when we used infinite nudge to rotate. Can you scroll down on that list? Rotate the big pillar support
Okay.
so it's upside down and put it at an angle.
Okay.
I think he might be referring to that.
Interesting. Don't do that very often.
Yeah.
But when I did it, I blueprinted it, so I didn't have to keep replicating it.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, come on. Now it's a construction fence? Oh, brother.
Whoops.
Yeah, I hate that when it does that.
And Wolf brings up one of the common issues with AI and training data. The companies don't all have the rights to the data they're training on, and there are
Uh-huh.
lawsuits in the air over it.
Yes, so true. That is true. That's happening.
Yeah, and it's going to take a while to get through the legal system to adjudicate all that, just because the other side of the argument and is we don't have our copyright law is wait Doc, wait, hold on, look, there's a Barney in your office.
There's a Barney in my
Look
office.
left. Nope, no, look right. Now turn around. You have to look left. There. Right there.
Yes.
What? When did that appear?
That dinosaur's been there for quite a while. That's not Barney.
It's a purple dinosaur. It's Barney.
I didn't recognize it as being Barney, but yeah, he's been there for quite a while.
Oh, they made it because last week I referenced this looking a lot like the Jurassic Park like main complex.
Oh.
I think that's why. I love it. Ah,
Okay.
that's so cool. Anyway, just to say the last word, our copyright laws didn't contemplate the concept of AI training on them. And so we trying to say yes, they're violating copyright or no, they're not, is something courts are gonna have to decide because we didn't. Yeah, but Doc, I think your green screen is showing just a tiny corner
Where?
up and towards me. You can't see on the screen right now because it's hidden on a dark spot. So move your mouse a tiny bit. There you go. Okay, look to your right. Look towards the sky. So you have a light, something light. Am
I going the wrong direction?
Move your mouse so your character is looking at the sky. Out the window, please. There. Oh my God. Trying to direct you is maddening. Pause. Right there. Above your pale berry when you had the pale berry in your hand.
Oh,
Stop
that little
moving.
tiny
That
little
tiny
dot.
dot. Yes. Oh
You're
my
worried about
God.
that?
Yes. It's a tiny little thing. Perfect. Thank you.
Oh man.
This answers a Joe Game Video's question. He says, Doc, to use green screen to remove the background.
Yes.
We have a very, very highly technical green screen behind Doc.
Oh dear. What is this that's been happening in my... Oh, that's right. It was hiding the... Okay. And that all still has
Ta-da.
product.
Green screen.
And what?
I showed off the green screen.
Oh, yeah. There's the green screen.
We have, in the past, we've hung green sheets on the wall. We've actually painted a wall green. And right now we're using what's this called? It's a panel that pops open with a flexible, stretchy fabric.
And it's just hanging on a bar going across. Yeah.
See, Adresea says, I thought my screen was dirty. Riz says, I thought it was my screen, but I didn't care to wipe it. And Leslie says, I already wiped my screen because I thought my screen was broken or something.
Oh, that's being incredibly picky.
I was wondering the same thing too.
Yeah. That's funny. That's too funny. Okay. I'm here to see where this hits. Okay. It hits right there.
Zach says, Robert hates me, never reads my messages. Let me screw. I'm sorry, guys.
You gonna screw something up?
That's not what to say. He said, Robo Revolution. He says, upkeep cost doesn't outweigh the return investment. Rob Bott needs to go on a diet. I mean, an energy fuel redesign. Okay, okay. I'm sorry. Anybody that says my name and diet gets immediately ignored. Riz says, when you have a community that with autism and OCD and ADHD, they notice everything, Doc.
Yeah. And I'm sure we have all of those things included.
Yeah. We actually have a great question from It's Silly Gilly.
Okay. There it comes right through the window. See?
Oh, we gotta fix that.
Well, we could move the hub out there. Just move it out just outside the window here.
Or bust out. That'd be fine. Or bust out the ceiling, make a hole.
Nah. Make a platform out here for the hub. That you could go through a door here to get to the hub. I think that would work.
Hey, Zach. They already did the TISM test for you. It's called getting into Warhammer.
It's called getting into Warhammer. What? The what test?
The autism test. He says he's going for the autism test next week.
Ah, okay. Yeah, because there's plenty of room for a hub platform out here.
Yeah, although I kind of like having, if you look straight down, like, wait, what? Are we not right next to my, where's my skate park? Is it right in there?
No, your skate park is over that direction.
Oh, so they already built over the top of my skate park.
Did they?
Oh, how dare they? Doc, we have university questions for you.
More?
More.
Keep scanning until we can't. All right, we have another question here from It's Silly Gilly. In your opinion, is it efficient to truck resources to separate factories, such as a copper factory and iron factory, then shipping those products to, say, a steel factory, etc.? Is it efficient? Probably not. The big challenge here is a lot of times you have copper and iron and coal and so forth in various places, and having them in various places means that you a lot of times don't have to truck them very far. Trucking final products to various places, of course, is important. If the first place that you really have to make a modular factory someplace really is like aluminum production, because bauxite is found right through the middle of the map. So if you're in the dune desert, there's no bauxite until you get farther south. If you're in the grassy fields, you've got to go north to get bauxite. A lot of times you'll build your aluminum factory off and then transport those aluminum products back to the factory. Obviously, it just took off. Okay. Transport the aluminum products back to the alkyd aluminum and the aluminum casing. You'll transport those back. But for those base products of iron and copper and stuff, generally you find enough of those mixed in all around that you don't have to make a separate factory for those and bring them back. So I would just have those encompassed with your main in your main factory, and not do a lot of transporting by truck for those. And that's kind of the philosophy that I have. Only put, steel a lot of times will be made somewhere where you find coal, and you can bring the steel products in, aluminum, and bring those products in. When you get to the point of making your nuclear power plants, a lot of times you'll transport the uranium to the where you're doing the power plants. Um, I only transport if I have to. So I hope that helps. And let's go back to the game or
Uh,
to another question.
we do have one, and it always gets moved. It always scrolls, and so I lose stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry, give me just 1 second to find it again.
Wish you could get your queuing thing working.
Yeah, I don't know why it just decided it didn't want to work today. Oh, here we go. Another one from Joe Game.
All right. Joe Game Videos has another question. He says, when you build, does it matter if things go yellow? I mean, does it affect anything? No, it really doesn't affect a whole lot. It does give you an indicator that the machine is either starved or it's not being able to get rid of the products at the end of it. And if you're concerned about the amount of production coming out of a production line, then you can go look at that and tweak it and get it working right. But the yellow indicators are not necessarily an indicator of a problem. They're an indicator that something is not that machine just isn't functioning. Although it does have a recipe, it does have power. Those two are indicated by a red stick. So when you get a yellow stick, it just means either the output is clogged or the input is not getting enough. And then you can decide, do I need to go fix that? Do I want to go fix that? And then go on. It doesn't hurt anything, I think is the intent of the question. So hope that helps. Let's go back to another question or to the game
I
or
think with a follow-up, he says mainly on the belts and pipes for me. So I think he's talking about clipping during the building process. I think he's talking about the building turning yellow when there's a little bit of clipping happening. Would that be
aha.
it?
When you build. Okay. Well, let's answer the question again. Alternate answer to the question. When you're building an item, it's blue if you're not clipping into anything. It's yellow if it clips into something and is just making it visually look poor. Clipping doesn't hurt anything. Like, for example, a conveyor can clip through various items and the items will still go right through. Um, so when you finally do build it, it'll still build and it'll still function. And it doesn't hurt anything that way. It just, if you want things to be more visually perfect, when it's yellow, you want to avoid the yellow if you can. So I hope that helps as an alternate answer to the question. And let's go back to the game. Thank you for pointing that out, Robert.
Yeah.
I thought I was talking about the yellow sticks, of course. If things go yellow, it
Yeah.
it just a little fuzzy.
So Zach donated 40 bits,
All right,
and he asked, "Who does the art for the channel?"
Robert.
Oh.
Robert and his AI helper do the art for the channel.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the art is this particular image you have there with the monster. We actually started with a photo of Doc, and had it go from there to create all those. So that's the same base image that's Doc's logo for his channel and everything as well.
All righty. Okay. I think I do want to go up one more level.
Carry Me Please says, I wish there was some better color blindness support for rail path thinking got hard and identifying machine status.
Yeah.
The green and yellow sticks sometimes, especially because they're trying to show that they're bright, both the green and yellow kind of go to a very, very light shade at times that I struggle to tell apart, and I don't have any level of color blindness.
Yeah. So I can understand people not seeing that, especially if they have even a bigger challenge at color blindness than the average person does. All right.
Rico says there's a bug in the game for stick colors at the moment.
For stick colors?
Really?
Really? I hadn't
That's,
noticed.
maybe that's why I'm suddenly struggling sometimes. Oh, apparently, sorry, Zach donated 40 bits, then an additional 30 bits.
All
Those
right.
were two separate ones, so
Okay.
70 bits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And, we have a total of 150, 134 people watching right now.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we have 77 in Twitch right now.
Zach asks, Doc, do you have a guide for proper use of the breakers to set up for power failure?
I don't. Have we put out a short on the what do they call those switches?
I can't remember what they're called.
Yeah,
We have a short describing them in their general use, but we don't have a long form video on it.
yeah. I don't know that there's enough there for a long form, but there sure it would seem that we would at least have a short on it because they're good and valuable to use.
A priority power switch.
Priority power switch. There it is. The priority power switch is, it's something that you generally tend to overlook until you need it, and then you wish you had put them all on.
Mm-hmm.
Because good crud, it is so hard to get a power system up and running when things are just not functioning. When you've broken the power grid already. So okay, the high-speed connectors are full. Okay. Okay.
We're getting a lot of great questions today.
Really?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, we've got basically 4 supercomputers built at a time. So I'm going to go up to the next level and
Actually, before you leave this this manufacturer right here,
yeah,
we have a question about it.
about the manufacturer?
Or about machines. This one's a great example.
Okay. What's that question? All right. Joe Game Videos asks a question. What does the percent icon graph mean on the machine when it's under 100%? Is that like efficiency on how the machine does its job speed wise or such? Well, let's take a look at that. Okay, this percent is a clock speed. In other words, it's a setting. And when you use power shards, I can set it to go 250% higher than its norm. If I put this back down to 100%, at 100%, come on, go back to normal. Come on. Shouldn't have all these numbers. There it goes back to normal. Okay, so at its normal, it's going to create 1.875 per minute computers, supercomputers. So the percentage basically just means that it's running at its normal speed. Okay, I can set this to 50% if I want, and have it run half of its clock speed to create only 1 per minute. Okay. I choose at this point, because all of these are full at this point, I choose to make it 250% of normal. Now, it's not its efficiency, because how efficient it is really can't be calculated here. It just tells what speed it will run if all of these things are full. and it's provided with plenty of product, it'll run 250% of its normal speed. So that's really all this clock speed is telling you. Okay. Hope that helps.
Okay. He also mentioned, oh, he actually meant the percent icon in the center of the image there. And this is a
Uh-huh.
new feature.
Interesting. I I don't know how to interpret this one. I don't know what that's telling me.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I'm betting that is a more efficiency or uptime. Yeah,
Good.
I'm sure somebody in the comments has an idea exactly of how to interpret that.
Yeah, exactly. Um, I haven't actually noticed that they added a percent down here. It takes 12.8 seconds to create one. I do know what that means. And then by doing it 12.8 seconds, if we divided that into 60, we'd probably find that it comes out to 4.687 per minute. So this one's easy to interpret. Um, it's just the 96, 95, 94% that it must have gone down for a short period of time or something. And that must be its percentage uptime over a certain length of time or something like that. Okay. Interesting. So it's an efficiency metric over some time because it keeps going up as these are staying full. So interesting. Okay. I am going to go ahead and go up to the second floor. I am going to try to put. What am I doing here? I need to find where it's going to hit. Okay. See if I can.
Okay. Yeah, a couple people commenting mentioned that, yeah, it's basically the efficiency there in
Okay.
the center. Yeah. And Royal Smoke just subscribed to Tier 1.
All right.
Subscribed for 18 months.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That Royal Smoke is one of our very first subscribers here on Twitch. Comes back every month to subscribe.
All right.
We appreciate it, man.
Very much appreciate it. Okay.
And yeah, Zach, I'm looking at the pictures you posted. That looks like a lot of fun. He posted some images of what he has painted for Warhammer.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, he's got some cool mechs and lizard guys. Sorials, I think they're called, something like that. I can't remember what they're called.
Okay. All right.
I printed a furry guy a while ago. It's a big old ferret that the guy's riding on. And man, I choked on that. Trying to paint fur sucks. I have no idea how to paint fur. So I'm gonna have to go watch a bunch of tutorials and figure that out because I tried painting it twice and I threw it in a box, haven't touched it since we moved here.
Oh, no.
I was like, nope, I don't like it.
Wow. Okay.
Seraphon, thank you. Zach, that's the right name.
I can't do it. Can't.
What are you trying to do?
Oh.
Frosted Flake says dry brushing is your friend with fur. Yeah, I do quite a bit of dry brushing. And in fact, because I do so much terrain, dry brushing is like my go-to for doing very fast and dirty terrain with some depth to it. My issue came in how do I do the color selection? Because you have to do the deeper, darker colors at the base of the fur and
Mm-hmm.
something lighter, and I was having a hard time figuring out the right change in the colors to get them working. So
Okay. All right.
Sorry, Doc.
That's okay. 1.5 per minute. I'm making 4.875. So basically, I can build 3 of these machines. Okay, very good.
Joe asks, when you're building something, why is it that some of those materials are marked in orange and some in purple?
Ah, what's happening here is when I excuse me. Okay, so I want to build one of these machines. Okay, let's just go over here. So why are some in orange, some in purple? Well, what's happening is um, I have a certain number of rotors in my inventory. So my inventory shows up as orange, but I don't have any cables or any reinforced iron plate in my inventory. So they're taking those from the depot. So the purple represents the depot, and the orange represents my inventory. And it'll actually appear if I've got some in my inventory but not enough to do the whole build. It'll show some of that line in some of that number in purple and some of it in orange, um, depending on what I have in my inventory versus what I'm taking from the depot. So, yeah, good thing to notice and good thing to know. Um, all right. I feel cramped.
Wolf says, you can build from depot items? What? Time to invest in depots.
Yeah, absolutely. What depots do is they provide the ability to go anywhere in the world without having to go back to a mall or back to a container to grab more supplies. So, you know, like for what was I highlighted on? Yeah, all these down here, every I highlight over anything and it shows down in the bottom what it takes to make any of the particular items. Shows whether I have it in the depot or have it in my inventory. So basically what it did was it obsoleted a thing we called the mall. You used to create a mall where you'd bring everything to a central location so that you knew that all you had to do is get to that location, and you would create hypertubes to go quickly to the mall and then quickly back to where you're working, just so that you could pick up more products so that you keep building. Now when you've got your dimensional depots unlocked, which you unlock, by the way, in the MAM, um, once you get them unlocked and get them to where they load quickly, you can almost build forever and never have to go back to anywhere to pick up inventory. So yes, big deal, big deal. Okay, is it thundering outside? Was that thunder I heard?
No, that was my chair creaking.
No, it was the sound barrier being broken by the. See, look at this. Look at this. It's turning around
It's gonna go
through
straight
the
through your
floor.
manifold.
Uh
Yeah, it's time to move that hub.
huh. Oh, that's too funny. Okay, conveyor splitter. I want to put a.
I don't like the idea of the mall being redundant. To
Being
me, the mall,
obsoleted.
obsoleted. It's the mall to me is the sign that okay, now I've completed this product. It's not just sitting in some warehouse somewhere or somewhere around the map. It's in the mall. I have it here. It's at my disposal. I have access to it.
Uh huh.
So while yes, technically it is, it's like no, I want a mall. I always want a mall.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Hmm. I'll have to take a look at that app, Zach. He says there's an app for painting Warhammer that tells you what colors to use and what orders to use the colors. I'll have to take a look at it.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do.
Yeah. Doc, we are not getting any in-game audio from you. Are you hearing it?
I am, yes,
Huh.
in my ear.
Well, I'm turning the volume up because we're hardly getting anything. Interesting.
Interesting.
Guys, let me know if it gets too loud. So, we do have some music playing, and that's all Satisfactory music. What we do is we actually disable the music for Doc inside his game, and then we overlay it on top of the stream. Just to be redundant.
Mm-hmm. Just to be redundant? Deliberately?
No, we do it because when Doc's recording videos and there's music playing, I frequently have to make cuts, and it makes it sound really weird when the music cuts in and out and skips stuff. So we remove the music and edit it back in later. Well, Doc, this whole Dimensional Depot thing has spawned a bunch of questions.
It has.
It has.
Okay. Okay.
So, can we...
Sure. Let's go look at them. Okay. DJ Stan. Okay, DJ Stan. I'm in my first playthrough. I unlocked the Dimensional Depot, but not using them. Can you show a little how it works? I'm thinking I'm being slower just for not using them. Yes, definitely going to be slower if you don't not using them. So let's go take a look at what you would do in order to use them. Okay, let's say what happens here is let's say you have stuff going into a container here. Okay, so we've got a container, and in this container you have a certain product. What you would do then is you would go and you'd go get the Dimensional Depot here, and generally you would put it on top of the container like that, and then you would put a lift there so that it goes from the container into the Dimensional Depot that disappeared for a moment. Okay, and then anything that goes into the depot will go into the Dimensional Depot. Now what happens is the Dimensional Depot will fill up with a stack, and it'll keep on loading the Dimensional Depot until the Dimensional Depot is full, and then it will hold in its buffer one full stack. And so if anybody takes from the Dimensional Depot, it rapidly loads from that one stack, even if the container's empty. Hopefully the container's not empty. Hopefully it just keeps resupplying the Dimensional Depot. So you put a Dimensional Depot in each place. Now, in order to build a Dimensional Depot, you need a Mercer sphere, and you need the SAM fluctuators. Those are the two probably most difficult things to keep in stock. Frames you've been making since the very beginning, tier 2, 3. And of course, copper wire you've been making forever. But you do need to go hunt down some Mercer spheres and keep them in stock as well. Now, once you get that going, you also want to unlock the ability to put depot items straight into the depot from your inventory, so that you can go and open your inventory and throw things in there. Like I could throw this Mercer sphere into the Dimensional Depot and save myself a space in my inventory. And then anything that's purple here, that's got a purple number there, is I've got 1,000 iron rods there. And if I need iron rods, I can go pull them out. And so from your inventory, you can put into the depot and take out of the depot. From a Dimensional Depot, you put in near a machine. I usually like to put them on top of storage units. So that's the way I showed you. But those Dimensional Depots just stay loaded as your machines are building more product. And then you can use them anywhere in the world. So yes, does it make things go faster? A lot faster. So let's go back to the game.
Well, here's another one for you.
Okay, well, let's look at another one then. Okay, Limona. Okay. Says, hi, Doc. Just started phase 3. Question, is it worth it to rebuild the whole factory? I mean, getting rid of storing for such things as smart plate, rotors, and only producing the amount I need for other stuff. Um, what is it worth it rebuilding the whole factory? I would say not. I would make sure there's dimensional depots on all the products being made there, and then anything that you get the container full or the dimensional depot is full, I would put a smart splitter on that so that any surplus then goes to a sink. Keep it producing because your resources don't run out. Keep it producing and throwing stuff into the sink. That allows you to go to um, the awesome shop, and in the awesome shop you can buy other things to build with, like these windows or things that you buy in the awesome shop. These roof panels that are glass roof panels, you buy in the awesome shop. It allows you to buy other things that you can use in building, and it actually allows you to buy parts as well. So if you're missing some parts, you could actually, once you've unlocked the recipe for the part, you can actually buy those in the Awesome Shop with coupons. So yes, set up your system such that your old factories just keep on feeding your sinks to give you more coupons. And then if you need to build a new factory or build a bigger factory, then go build that somewhere else. So hope that helps. And let's go to another question. Okay, dolphin and chips. Is that kind of a variation on chip fish and chips? I don't. Anyway, I'm new here. Does Doc ever get a chance to play the game? Okay, yes,
Not
I do.
today.
I do get a chance to play the game. Oh, in the midst of answering questions, I do. Yes.
And Wolf follows up. What are some good items to prioritize for an early depot?
Um, for an early depot, all the basic construction parts, your rods, your plates, your reinforced iron plates, your pipes, your beams,
Your concrete.
your especially concrete. Every time you build a foundation, you need more concrete than you can possibly store. The dimensional depot um, won't keep. How do I say it? It doesn't keep up at the beginning because it's very slow. Later on, it keeps up very well. But in the early game, it doesn't keep up very fast. But so keep upgrading it as fast as you can. But yes, early game products such as those that were mentioned are really good for getting into the depot. So, okay. All right.
One Metal Fist continues the 3D printer question. Says, Robert, what do you think about the metal 3D printers that are more and more space companies are using? From what I understand, they use metal powder or wire instead of plastic. A laser, electron beam, or electric arc heats tiny areas layer by layer, fusing metal into whatever shape they want.
Exactly. Boeing used those frequently. They tested while I was still working with Boeing. They were testing a lot of those metal parts and a lot of the metal fabrication using 3D printing, and they were actually beginning to replace a lot of their small parts that required a lot of nuts and bolts and pieces and parts. They were replacing those with 3D printed parts that were much more efficient. And once they got them FAA certified, yeah, they just put a 3D printer there and kept on churning out the parts. So yes, metal powders. There's a lot of work going into the 3D printer space for those types of items. So, yeah, very true, very good, and very effective. So,
Yep. Yeah, selective layer sintering, I believe, is the term. Now, I don't know how they do it in space because SLS, I mean, just like all normal 3D printers, gravity is a factor. And when you're printing in space, you have to account for the lack of gravity.
oh, yeah.
So, typically, like with regular, plastic FDM printing, you're depending on the plastic sitting on a bed, which isn't on a plate, when it's going to have some adherence, but
Mhm.
in space it'll be different. And the method of SLS printing, where you're printing metal, you're working with metal powder that's supposed to sit in a bin, and it's not going to just sit in a bin in space. So I don't know how they do it in space, but I cannot wait till we have at home metal printing. Holy cow.
Hmm. I'm playing around with products, things that I don't usually play around with much.
Cool. Major Pain renewed Butterfinger.
All right. Since it's the second Butterfinger of the day, it means that it usually goes over the partition
Huzzah!
to my favorite editor.
That means so much.
Thank you. All righty.
Zach, yeah, I'll send you what I know about getting some of those things. There was a particular designer who was specifically modeling, making 3D models of Warhammer materials. Unfortunately, the stuff he was making was very much, very, very close to Guild Wars, to Games Workshop's actual models, and so he got a cease and desist and stopped. However, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of other people making those same kinds of models, but they always call it something slightly different and don't use the exact same insignia, and so therefore they're able to continue modeling and selling their models, and they do an incredible job. But the guy I got the Skaven Doom Wheel from, he is no longer making models, unfortunately.
Yeah. And that's a really simple question of the fact that, you know, they are trying to, I mean, they're in business to make money, you know, totally understandable. And the people that make Warhammer don't want to diminish the value of their product. So they're going to not allow products to be made ad hoc like that. Which is kind of sad, but
Yeah. Atlantean, first time chat, says, "Hello, Doc. Finally gotten around to finding you on Twitch. Wanted to say your YouTube videos and shorts have done wonders to help me understand Satisfactory. Thank you for that."
you bet. Now, is that just a frame overlay? That was just a frame overlay. Interesting.
Yep.
A frame floor. Okay.
L1 asks, "How many hours is this save file?"
Oh, let's go look. Okay. 419 hours for this game. Save. Pretty cool, huh?
And it is multiplayer, so like right now there's 3 people online playing.
Yep. I'm having fun a little bit playing with stuff. Glass frame foundation. So I could put a glass frame foundation on here. That's
Wolf
kind of what I
asks,
want to do.
are blueprints shared in multiplayer?
They are, yes. So one person makes a blueprint, then you can go to the build menu. Let's see if anybody's made blueprints. Yeah, somebody's made a ton of blueprints. I have not made a single one of those, but I can see them and use them for whatever. So, pretty cool. Yes. Okay, I am going to modify that slightly.
And L1 says, me and my friend just broke the 100-hour mark.
That's a milestone.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And he says, this game hacks your life sometimes.
Hacks your life. Interesting.
Yeah, Doc, would you mind showing off the blueprints you have? Rico says the base builders have their own blueprint tab.
The base builders have their own blueprint tab. Showing off the blueprints we have.
Oh.
I mean, there's a lot of them.
And there's like 4 different tabs as well that are actually...
Okay. Luke and Carry Me, and so the 4 people that have made blueprints have made their own folders for it. Okay.
Nice.
A parachute launcher.
Very cool, yeah.
Shoot into beams, and away you go, okay?
Yeah, using the weird parachute logic. That's awesome.
Yeah. And the Kirby palette is a question mark. And the bridge basic and the other bridge basic hypertube, okay. Kirby bridge basic hypertube and Kirby bridge just basic, and 40 by 40 walls. So if you want to put in a
40 wall,
exactly a wall that's 40 across by 40 high.
He used some black magic to make that.
Really?
No, okay, it's just 40 by 40 meters. Oh, okay, no, that's
Yeah.
inside the blueprint.
Okay. So yeah, there's some pretty neat stuff.
DJ Stan, that is the mod called Infinite Zoop that allows him to zoop in 2 dimensions at once.
Right. To build this neat framed structure out here.
Would you say that's your #1 favorite mod?
I would say that, yes.
Zach highlighted a message for 20 bits. Said, what happened to the redemption for no pipes and no belts?
I can't imagine what happened to that one.
It was disabled for the subathon because we wanted to reserve that for a particular event. And then I have forgotten to enable it.
And you have not remembered it even now.
Oh, I didn't remember to enable it. Okay.
That's fine. You can leave it disabled.
Doc likes
I like being able to build.
building, yeah.
Yep. I like being able to build. Okay, so
One Metal Fist says, the scary part is that if metal 3D printers become public like we discussed, people may no longer need weapon kits. They could print realistic metal gun parts, not just plastic pieces. That's why outdated laws worry me. Governments are still thinking with old rules from decades ago, while the tech is moving forward fast. If the law doesn't update, it will be behind before it even starts. I say, sounds like fun.
wait a minute. I don't have to do that. I've got half railings. Modern rail. There used to be half railings.
I think the half railings were part of a mod.
You think so?
Yeah.
What mod would that have been?
The one that Lexi really wanted us to have.
Okay.
Structural solutions. Yeah, that's it. Bacon.
Okay. You got Foxy33, first time chatting a question.
Yeah. It says, hello, Doc. Do you get inspired by other streamers, big or small? I've been playing this game since release. Decided to do a fresh run with 1.2. Got inspired by yourself and others.
Yes, I do. I definitely do. So, interesting. I do get inspired by others. I get inspired and depressed by them. I mean, there are times when they just build so much better than I do that I come back and I say, I got to do better. Got to do better. Definitely have to do better. You know. So.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
All right. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Somebody's sitting down on the job. Actually, I'm going to leave that in there. I should probably have left the other in there too, but okay. So we come out here and we go down here and over here, and we're going to put a hub out here. And we're going to build the hub. Now, what kind of directionality do we want with the hub here? Robert, what do you think? Nice glass floor. Hang it out here. Yeah, let's hang it out here. And we could put railings around where we would be there.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna page it down just a little bit, right to there, like I normally do, like Lexi showed me. And we're gonna definitely put an awesome shop out here.
Well, I mean, having a good view of the dock portrait's always nice.
Then let's put the awesome shop over here then instead.
Well, Metal Fist says, Doc, Robert, have you seen all the videos online lately of Europeans and Asians coming to American football games, soccer games, and being shocked by everything you have in America? The stadiums, food, the size of everything, the tailgates, the ranch sauce and everything. They look like they entered another planet.
Yep. It is, yeah. Definitely kind of shocked. Is that somebody knocking on our door?
Yes. We have a puppy and we have a golden retriever who's learning his big boy voice.
What? What did you say?
He's getting his big boy bark. Sammy is.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
It is. He's a golden retriever. He is the nicest dog ever, but he's started to just bark whenever people come to the door. Oh, what is going on?
I don't know. Well, I'm having a hard time figuring out which way is up. Yeah, exactly.
I try to place it down again. There you go.
Now I just want it to go right, and it's going.
Yeah, I'd press H and then try to reposition it and do it again, because it probably is just it's anchored to the wrong part.
Somebody just pinged something, but I'm just gonna leave it.
Gabriel asks, he says he's starting a new game, and he's just getting bored instantly. What should he do?
Bored instantly. Well, that's not a good sign. Um, that integrated fairly well.
Yeah, it's mostly okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I can do the same over here. Bored instantly. That seems. Yeah, I'm gonna do it there.
He said he was playing with a friend previously. Now he's playing alone. And that could be a big part of it.
That could be a very big part of it because it's a whole lot more fun when you play with other folks, and you get a chance to just enjoy the game. So things can tend to go faster. You build things together, and you just enjoy the chance to be together. So, what do you say to that? Get your friends back together, go with you, or come play with me. Come play with me.
There you go. Wolf asks, Star Wars, Star Trek, or Stargate? Do you have a favorite?
Do I have a favorite? Oh gosh, I like them all.
How about this? First, what's your favorite Star Wars movie? Single movie.
Star Wars favorite movie? Well, that had to be the first movie out there, number 4. I mean, I was fascinated by... Oops, that's the wrong floor. I was fascinated by that movie when it first came out. Saw it 4 times because they only showed in the theater. I saw it 4 times in the theater. Just had to enjoy it there, I guess. So yeah, Star Wars would be number 4. Star Trek, I liked the Chris Pine Star Trek movies.
But isn't Next Gen still your favorite for a series?
For a series, yeah, Next Gen. The Next Gen series is by far the best there. For movies, the Christopher Pine just did a great job being Captain Kirk. Gosh, what am I having a hard time with that for? So.
Yep. And what about... Okay, so of Stargate, have you watched Stargate Atlantis or Stargate Universe?
I have not yet. It's terrible to say that.
Well, Stargate Universe, that's fine. We can forget about that movie entirely.
We can forget about that movie
Or that
as
show.
a whole?
Oh, as a whole.
Really? What happened to that?
It just wasn't good. It just,
Okay.
But original SG-1 is obviously the best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Richard Dean Anderson basically carried the show on his shoulders. And when he phased out toward the end and when he retired, it just didn't... Yeah, I don't think it kept its mystique.
I think you're right.
I mean, NCIS is, a lot the same way in the fact that when Gibbs retired, people are watching NCIS Origins just so they can get some more Gibbs and his acting.
Really?
Oh yeah.
That's funny.
But because the new guy just doesn't carry it as strong. I mean, people are getting used to the new guy, and they're still continuing their huge number of seasons. They're into their 15th. They just finished 15th season, and they're gonna, of course, yeah. It's kind of like The Simpsons. How many have they gone? 22 seasons or something like that.
Rico says it was over after Gibbs.
Yeah, basically. Oh yeah, I miss Gibbs so bad. I really do. His rule numbers were just.
Did they ever finish his rules? Did they ever definitively finish his rules?
You mean list all of them, label all of
Yeah.
them? I don't think so.
Nah. Okay. Avely says, I was so sad when Ducky left.
Oh yeah, and then later on, you saw the memorandum where he had passed
Memoriam?
memoriam where he had passed. The actor that played Ducky had passed. So Ducky probably left the series simply because his health was failing. Just
Yeah.
couldn't do it. Okay, so plastic is our item that we're struggling to keep in stock.
Ducky was one of the. There were a lot of the side characters. I just couldn't. I couldn't believe them. I guess just But Ducky was great.
Yeah, and then of course Ducky is replaced by Parker, and eventually he fits into the role.
He was
Okay.
the younger geeky kid, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, because I haven't watched in a long time.
and then Parker loses his wife.
Oh, okay, I remember that
Yeah.
very vaguely. Oh gosh. Well, okay, we have some satisfactory questions, and we can get back to.
Instead of lamenting about our characters that we've lost along the years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Ratchet Mukherjee says, "Hi, just starting out in the game, seen other people make crazy mega factories or large modular factories, including nuclear power. I want to make those, so then custom world settings, which making this worthwhile, since the base game doesn't require such complexity."
Um, if you if you're playing the new 1.2 and you lower the parts cost and raise the project parts cost, like for example, we're playing 50x project parts. It requires you to build bigger factories, which require you to have more power, and having more power, of course, would push you into into creating nuclear. That might be a solution for you, is to realize the need for more power, because really when you lower the parts cost, individual parts cost, and raise the amount you have to send to the space elevator, you then just naturally create larger manifolds and larger production lines. And of course, when you have larger production lines, you can consume more power. And I think that's the solution to you right there, is that forces you into that nuclear complexity, as you call it. I would really, really love to create a large nuclear power plant. And realistically, I'm hoping that we get to do that in this world. We just unlocked nuclear, so we could just barely start it. Get the hazmat suit, get a good filter production line going, and stuff like that. So I'm excited to get that started.
Okay. So we have now one more I'd like to actually put in the university.
Oh, okay, just a sec.
Okay.
I think this is the. Okay, this is plastic. Let me throw the plastic in here. And then the next one over here, I think, is computers. No, but this is the computers. And put those in there. And okay. Yeah, let's take it. Okay. Uh, Atlantean. Okay, Atlantean asks, um, regarding trains that I haven't been able to find information for, specifically two materials in one train car. Is this something that is feasible for low transport items? In my case, rubber and steel pipes from different stations, or would it be better to have separate cargo cars? I would say separate cargo cars, just because um, when you get to one end or another, you need to you need to sort them out. So if you're okay with, on the unload side, putting a smart splitter to send them on 2 different conveyors, if you're okay with doing that, that's fine. You can put them on the same car. It's just often easier just to put them in 2 separate freight stations to go on 2 separate cars. But mixing them is totally fine if you are okay with sorting them at the destination, and that works totally fine too. If you have 2 separate destinations, one for the pipes and one for the, what was the other, rubber and steel pipes and rubber, if you got 2 separate destinations, 2 separate cars is pretty much necessary, so that you can unload one at the one place and the other at the other place. But if they're going to the same place, yeah, sort them out at the destination if it's just a need for low amounts. So very good, and let's go back to the game. Okay, I've refilled these and got them going again.
First time chat from Supar Computer.
Supar Computer?
Yes. Says, hey dog, popping into your stream for the first time. Been watching your shorts and videos on YouTube recently and really enjoy your content.
All right. I enjoy my content too. Thank you. Oh, this is so cool, being able to just go outside and there's the hub, and in the background there's the dock portrait. That's so neat. Boy, your steel plant over there is really grown, Robert.
Yeah.
Did you do all that?
I did that.
I did that, he says. Well, that's cool. That is cool. And then we got a big wall over here. I'm not quite sure if there's something going on behind there. And then we got a bunch of infrastructure for a bunch of train lines up here that I assume someday will be used. So that'll be good. Okay, so the next thing is to go upstairs and to finish out my line up there and start putting those into the... I got the supercomputers coming, and I just need to put the head on this to...
Supar asks, how many people are working on the map you're currently in?
Just a sec here. Let's look. I think I keep on... Okay, currently there are 4 of us online, so there's me and 3 others. Are you one of the others, Robert?
No, sir.
Okay, so there's me and 3 others. And a lot of times they're conversing here. So we got Rico, Ananasek, and probably Megamedi Bacon Man's in the background. I saw him appear earlier. So that's who is there currently. And I need power up here. So somebody's laughing. What?
The emojis supercomputer used in chat were funny.
Okay. Okay, I am going
and
to...
somebody asked, how did you get your image in the game?
How did I get my image in the game?
Yeah, the big picture of Doc and Kermit.
Well, Kirby is the artist that did that for us. So Kirby built it.
And how did he build it?
Boy, should ask Kirby. It's individual signs that have been set to different colors. So let me get some of this taken care of. There we go. Let me just get these things powered up over here, and then I'll go on out and I'll show you how he did that. Wire's too long? Come on. Really? Okay. And now we can use
Hmm.
this to go there, this to go there. Yeah, that is so cool. And wait a minute, why isn't there anything coming in here? Really? I didn't finish up probably the last conveyor for that. And do I have enough to fill? Yes, I have enough to fill all the machines, Robert, with supercomputers.
Awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome.
The Manic Genie says, "Good evening from a sweltering England."
England is sweltering? What's the temp?
You know we're just gonna poo-poo it anyway.
Yeah.
No. We will.
We'll be nice about it.
So I
We'll
grew
be
up.
nice about it,
Yeah,
right?
I grew up in Seattle area. Okay, and when I first moved here to Missouri, when I was dragged here by the rest of my family, yeah.
Okay.
When I went outside, my apologies for my phone. When I went outside for the first time, I felt like I was choking. I couldn't breathe. There was so much weight on my chest of the heaviness of the hot, humid air. I couldn't breathe, and I hated it. And it comes down to whatever heat you're used to is what sucks. Period. You know. Eventually got used to it. Now it just, oh yeah, it's hot. Whatever.
Yeah. That's about it. So yeah, it is. It is difficult to deal with certain levels of heat. That's for sure.
So DJ Noobster, it's 32 Celsius in Manchester, and Manic Genie says 35 Celsius, which is around 95 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oof.
So that gets toasty.
Yeah, that does. Now the question is, because you don't get that kind of heat very often, do you have air conditioning?
Uh,
And
Air.
probably not. I mean, in the Puget Sound area, it was unusual to have air conditioning at the time we were there.
Yeah.
We lived there until about 2005, and most of the houses just didn't have air conditioning. We thought it was kind of odd that the new houses being built, they were starting to put air conditioning in them. I thought, why? Why do that? You only need air conditioning for maybe 4 or 5 days of the year. But they did.
Yeah.
So they were putting air conditioning in them. So
And Swiss Pro says, "Just found your channel, and here I am. Greetings from far away."
from far away, okay. We've got AC. What's that? Laugh out loud. Yeah, exactly.
Look, I'm sorry if you commonly get over like 75 to 80 degrees, you gotta have AC.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta have AC. Oof.
Oof. That's about the thing. Oof. That's about the answer to that.
Atlantean says, as someone from California, I visited Missouri once for a week, landed at midnight, was super excited till we got outside the next morning in summer, and I felt like I was drowning.
Yes. You feel like you've got to kind of swim through the air out there because
It's so weird.
it's got so much humidity. Yes. Yep, so much humidity. When I first experienced it, I came from Seattle to visit St. Louis on a business trip because I was working in Seattle at the time. Came to St. Louis on a business trip, and man, it was brutal. It was brutal, is all I can say. I would walk out the door, and it'd just be this wall of heat and humidity. So yeah, I can totally understand where you're coming from there.
Mm-hmm. And level 1 dad he says it's 36 Celsius. So that's like 98 degrees for us.
Oof.
Fahrenheit. In northern Spain, where it never goes above 30, so he has no AC.
Yeah.
But on
Okay.
the swap cooler and just sit in front of it all day long. That's all you can do.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's when it gets to 95, you can't work in it. You can't really do anything that generates any internal heat at all because you just would, just you wimp out really quick.
Yeah.
So, okay, we have the adaptive control units coming.
Bacon says, some of my European friends have visited the UK before and mentioned it's cold for them. I'm just walking around in a t-shirt while they're wrapped up. It's what you get used to. We don't get heat waves when often. I just melt.
Yeah.
Yeah, and where I grew up in the Seattle Pacific Northwest is very much closer to Britain's weather, where there's fog and drizzle most days, and you get rain quite often, but it's barely anything. It's just what, half an inch a day.
Mm-hmm.
But it's always kind of a little bit dreary, and I was just used to it, you know. Silly Gilly says, I'm from Florida, always visit my friend in Gig Harbor, and that's also in Washington State.
Yeah.
Always sweaty because he's a fire going year round. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll bet. So, isn't there a stop on that floor? That's the problem. Okay. There's no stop on that floor, so I gotta. Nope. I have to go to that floor and create a stop.
Yorkville first time chat says, in the 80s and 90s, we worked outside regardless of the temps or humidity in the deep south. Strange how times have changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Doc, tell us about the deep south in the 80s and 90s.
Oh gosh. I was there from 78 to 80, and I remember my first place I lived there was in Fort Walton Beach. And there we go. In Fort Walton Beach. And Fort Walton Beach, I remember you take a shower in the morning, you dry off, and you just put your clothes on and you're already wet again. I remember the days 90% humidity in the mornings, and it's already 85 before you wake up in the morning. It was just, it was pretty incredible.
Yeah.
So,
Gabriel says, in northern Italy, it's 33°C, so a little bit cooler. But we have AC. Around 90 degrees, I think that is. Yeah, I mean, with AC, it's all good.
Yeah.
So, we have an issue right now with the studio. Now, we got a little mini split here, which is perfectly enough AC. The issue is, though, that we're getting a lot of dust in the studio. Part of it's because we have the two dogs in here now, and they're kicking up a lot of dust. But we're having to clean our filters pretty much every week to keep them running.
And I tried kicking the dogs out this morning, and Robert already had compassion on them and brought them back in. So I don't know what to say about that.
They're puppies. They belong inside.
Okay. Okay, we've got assembly director systems being made. Okay, adaptive control units are not getting to that because I didn't send them there. Doggone it. I got halfway done and didn't finish it.
The Manic Genie says, "We British love talking about the weather. It is, I believe, a social form of mass therapy."
That's about it. Yeah, that would be true. I mean, if you haven't got anything better to talk about, bring up the weather so that you
Yeah.
can have something to talk about. So,
And Coney asks, once we finish the phase, do we need the same parts again, or can you start producing something else in those assemblers and constructors?
um, okay, that's a fairly complex answer. Most of the project parts get used later on in other parts. Like for example, phase one, the first thing you need is smart plating. In phase two, you need even more smart plating. Okay, and then you don't need smart plating for a while until you get what they call the modular engine, and then the smart plating goes in the modular engine. So you don't ever completely get rid of needing those parts. So keep those lines moving and keep them assembling more, putting them in storage for a while. The next thing is that comes up is versatile framework, which you need for phase two, and then you need more for phase three, and you eventually need versatile framework later on for another project part. So as a component in another project part. So no, don't disassemble the lines. Is basically the bottom line. There is you want to keep those lines going. I need to provide a way for these parts to exit. No, come on. Okay.
SPD Kills asks, would you recommend singing those items now they aren't being used until they're needed again, or just allow the storage to fill up and go idle?
I would allow the storage to fill up to maybe one container. And then if that container is full, then I'd send the rest to a sink in the meantime. So, yes, you do get a fairly good number of parts for um, a very fairly good number of coupons for those more complex parts. So, yeah, I would continue to sink them until needed. And then you might take the sink off of particular lines in order to increase production. But yeah, that that should get you there.
Uh,
Oh, Mega Meaty Bacon Man's joined the game.
uh-huh.
So we got Carry Me Please, Rico, Ananasek, and Carry Me Please. Carry Me Please, Rico, Ananasek, Mega Meaty Bacon Man, and myself. So now we've got five.
So, DJ, Doc has a mod called Snap On that allows you to put mergers and splitters straight on the machines.
He noticed that, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Snap On is what I used here as a mod. Now, one thing I haven't tested yet, um, like for example, um, a on a pure node, a Mark III miner will put out 1200 if it's fully overclocked, and if you don't have belts that can handle 1200 like the Mark VI belts, I was wondering if you can put a splitter the on a on a device that puts outputs more than your belts, and split it into belts and still get the same output, still get the full output split among other belts. Haven't checked that yet. Because, like, for example, if I've only got 780 for a belt, can I get a full 1200 if I put two belts on a splitter that's attached directly to the miner?
Well,
But I
Rico
haven't
and
checked
Carry
that
Me
yet.
Please said they checked that last night, and yes, you can.
Ah, yes. That's good, because you don't get belts until the 1200 belts until way too late, as far as I'm concerned.
That's kind of awesome. Yeah, he says
Okay.
he's able to get to 600 parts per minute using two Mark NK4S. Oh, Mark 4s.
Okay.
Yeah, which is greater than what you could technically do without. That's kind of neat.
That is neat. That is neat. Because at the very early game, unfortunately, at the very early game, if you can put a splitter on a miner that does 600 and you've only got belts that can do 240 or something like that, you get a belt that can do 60 and you got a miner that can do 120. That's the number. So if you can put a splitter early on a miner, you can get two belts out of it that do the full 120. That is cool.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, Junk Shop, this is entirely because of this mod. You can't do that typically. Typically, you have to have Mark 6 miner to hit the full 1200, or Mark 6 conveyors to do the 1200. This is only because Doc really likes playing with mods. Because he's silly like that.
I like playing with certain mods, yes. See how many director systems we're making with three whole machines, and we've got this many created in the last few minutes, and that's not very much. Huh? It's going to take a while to get 25,000. It's going to take a while. Okay, I'm trying to get this down here. Why am I fussing with it so much?
Because you're a fussy kind of guy.
Oh, really? You said that?
I don't.
Can't fly. I can't do anything. Oh, that's right. They don't automatically open.
So yeah, Rob G. Barker, it does remove the need for the first belt. And DJ asks, I only just started using mods. Do you have any recommendations?
Yeah, I've got my favorites, definitely. Infinite Zoop, Infinite Nudge, and Infinite Elevators. You won't need Infinite Elevators until much later, but Infinite Zoop is really, really incredible. Come on, I need to go there. Infinite Zoop lets you zoop more than 10 and zoop in two directions, which really is useful. I don't know why we've got this huge container stack. Especially when it has nothing in it. But it does go to another container that eventually makes its way into here. Modular engines, adaptive control units, which don't need any more modular engines. Oh, I love the clipping through here. That's pretty neat. And it clips through there and clips through there and goes through here and over there into there. Oh, gee. Oh, that's too funny. Way too funny. I mean, we could deconstruct 90% of this stuff. we definitely don't need adaptive control units going in there. I'm going to clean up. I'm cleaning up, folks. We're not putting modular engines in there anymore.
Joe Game asked earlier, I noticed you lowered the factory machine into the ground. How did you do it? Some of
That,
the fence, you had some XYZ thing on your screen to adjust the placement.
yes, that is infinite zoop. That infinite nudge, pardon me. That is infinite nudge that allows me to do that. So, yeah. Pretty cool, huh? That is pretty cool.
Well, actually, Doc, how about we go ahead and re-answer that in the university, so you can go through all the mods you currently have, and kind of explain what ones you like using.
Okay, let's do that. Embrace the chaos. Okay, so Noobster, DJ Noobster, has only just started using mods. Any good recommendations? I have my favorites. Very definitely have my favorites. I like Infinite Zoop that allows you to zoop not just 10 in a straight line. It allows you to zoop in two directions, so 10 by 10, and then as you upgrade it during the game, you can zoop in much larger groupings, like 30 by 30 or 40 by 40. Eventually, it gets up to a ridiculous number. Um, but it allows you, if you have the resources either in your dimensional depot or in your bags, it allows you to zoop very large sections of foundations and windows and walls and floors and so, all kinds of different items. My next favorite would be Infinite Nudge. Infinite Nudge allows you to nudge things a lot farther than the game allows you to nudge, and in different directions. Like, for example, it doesn't like you, in the normal game, it doesn't like you nudging your miners down, up and down. But with Infinite Nudge, it allows you to nudge them up above a mine so that you can put it on a foundation, make it look like it's just part of the regular factory. Infinite Nudge allows you to move it a ridiculous amount of distance as well. Like you have a mine that's 100 meters away from your factory, but you'd rather have the miner in your factory. Well, Infinite Nudge it. So you place it, hit H, you click it, hit H, and move it all the way to your factory. Um, it allows you to tip it and turn it and put it upside down if you want. Infinite Nudge allows you to make it bigger or smaller. All kinds of weird stuff that you can do. I generally use it for the more tame and mundane stuff of just moving it up to a foundation, but others have used it for other less less or more interesting ways. Next one is infinite elevators that you might want later on when you're creating elevators, and the elevator's height becomes a restriction for these tall factories. Sometimes you want to build it bigger, and you can do that. Then I have Snap On, which allows you to snap a merger or splitter or any of the sorters uh, directly onto a machine rather than having a conveyor come out and then attaching it out here and then putting conveyors between them. You can attach it directly to a machine. So those are by far my favorites. There's four of them. That's Infinite Nudge, Infinite Zoop, Snap On, and Infinite Elevators. And those are my go tos pretty much for every build that I build. And hope that helps. And let's go back to the game. And Robert, I did deliberately leave Flex Spines off of that
Okay.
because it's got its quirks and things. I can't call it my favorite. It does make it convenient, but I can't really call it my favorite. So
Yeah. I understand.
okay, so what happened here? Oh, probably never did do anything with that. Okay. Okay, so what am I going to do with this big storage stack that doesn't need to be there? Or this storage stack that doesn't need to be there? I think it's just adding a bunch of nonsense. It just... The part of the challenge, though, is that these containers do have a lot of smart plating in them still. That... no? Okay, I lied. Huh. Unknowingly.
Zach, I don't want to read your comment.
Uh-oh.
He says he highlighted his message saying, Robert, once again proving he hates me. Not reading any of my messages about weather or seeing my bits. He was having a good conversation with some of the other people in chat about his weather and about he's from the down south. Yeah, he was in the northeast corner of Alabama, which is a swamp, mosquitoes everywhere. He was a Dish Network installer, so out climbing up on roofs in people's houses and putting poles in yards and...
Yeah. I'll bet you got used to the weather, but never got used to getting bit by bugs.
Now he said he's a control room operator, so he sits in an AC room now at night. So much better than Alani dishes.
Yes. I'll bet you that's absolutely true.
And he did use 20 bits to highlight a message, but I didn't understand what you meant by the message. So.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. My apologies, Zach.
Oh. Trains have collided. Mega Meaty Bacon Man, are you playing with your trains again?
Joe Game says, I'll trade with Zach. I live in Spain, Costa Blanca. I get daily about 50 bites of the tiger mosquitoes.
Oof.
They're aggressive and daily attacks nonstop. Then in the evenings, you get the regular mosquitoes.
So during the day, you get bad mosquitoes, and during the night, you get bad mosquitoes. That doesn't sound like fun at all.
No.
Did I get this? I always get the wrong end facing things.
Carry Me Please says, when I was in Fallujah, we had a trailer we completely duct taped to block all light and set the AC to 60 degrees. The only thing in there was chairs and a coffee pot. Greatest ever.
In Fallujah. Did it keep the sand out during the haboobs? I'll bet you we're out of things. No, we're not out of computers, not out of AIs. We're out of plastic. Yep.
Okay. Zach highlighted a message saying, "How about that game last night, guys?" And he meant it as a joke. You know, we're talking about the weather, and now we can talk about the sports game. You know, just
Uh-huh.
the general. Gotcha. Sorry, I should have got that.
How about that race this last weekend?
Oh, you told me the top 3 people all got knocked out in a wreck?
Yeah, well, Austin Hill. Well, for one, it was a road race on Coronado Navy Base in San Diego. And the race, being a road race, um, the by the quintessential expert in road races is Shane Van Gisbergen. Well, Shane Van Gisbergen is, he's not so. He came from Formula One racing, so road racing is his thing, and he's just good at it. In fact, the previous road race to this, he started in 20th position with only, I think it was 15 laps to go, and he won the race. Just to give you an idea how much better he is at road racing than most of the people he's racing with. Anyway, so he was by far the odds-on favorite. Well, he's running in third during this time. Austin Hill is in first, and the other person, I can't remember the name, is running along with him. This trio that are kind of trading first place back and forth, and so they're coming around this turn. Austin Hill is on an inside, in the inside, and the other person is outside of him, and Shane is behind Austin Hill. Well, Austin Hill takes the turn way too fast. I mean, horrendously too fast. He ends up smashing the other guy into the wall, and they hit the wall with such force that both those cars bounce out, and they take Shane out of the race as well. So all 3 of them took it out of the race. 9 cars ended up being involved, and just, it made me sick because I was rooting for Shane to win that race because he just does such a great job at it. And in case you're wondering, that it was NASCAR, U.S. NASCAR racing in San Diego, California. Okay, so I found a bunch of extra adaptive control units, so I put them in a container and merged them with the line coming up there. And I'll go continue deconstructing the. I need an easier way to get down there. Deconstructing the containers around the space elevator. Cleaning that area up. Gonna have some Nilla wafers for some nourishment.
Rob Barker says, Hill never raced F1, did he?
Mm-mm. Yeah. Definitely.
I like F1.
Yeah.
Generally, if I had to choose, I'd take F1 any day over NASCAR.
They are definitely interesting. A lot faster than NASCAR.
Mm-hmm. And a whole lot more interesting and entertaining actual races. You know, yeah. The big thing I struggle with NASCAR is just the, okay, we're on lap 328 out of 500. Just like, okay. You know.
We don't need modular engines for anything, do we? I'm to better check and make sure that we don't need any in the depot before.
And of course, Zach says, rest in peace, Kyle Busch.
I'm still getting over that one. Yeah. I'm looking at my YouTube channel, and I've got a guy that does a commentary every single day, and so he has a commentary up there, and it says "Remembering Kyle Busch," and I'm thinking, what are you remembering Kyle Busch for? You know, because he won the previous truck race just that Sunday. What in the world are you talking about?
Uh-huh.
So I get online, and they're talking about him passing on, and I'm devastated. I've rooted for Kyle Busch for a long time.
Yeah.
Um, and I mean, he was coming to a free agency year where he probably would, jump into a new car. And anyway, like I say, I'm still getting over it.
Yeah. Joe Game says, so you like our number one racer, Max Verstappen?
Yeah, pretty, he's pretty cool.
Yep. I don't follow racing very much, but I see a bit of it, and it's fun. Uh, most of the racing I see is directly through Doc sharing cool stuff. So
Yeah, like the Red Bull soapbox derby racing we watched.
anything Red Bull's awesome. Yeah. Carry Me Please did note about his little black box in Fallujah. Says he had to sweep and clean out that box every day. But let me tell you about managing about managing a network and having to clean out all the servers regularly. Pain for sure.
Oh yeah. How do you keep computers running in in an environment like that? I mean, that's
Zach says he was my dad's favorite racer. I think he's talking about Kyle Busch. Bought him one of his official NASCAR shirts for Father's Day, in fear that his merchandise would be gone forever.
yeah. It made me sad.
Yeah. Yeah. Ice Rice Flag says, I'm about to save humanity on a new save I did. It's a full spaghetti world, but my main goal was to see how fast I could do it. 80 hours. Not the fastest speedrunner, but hey, it was fun.
Okay.
80 hours is pretty good.
No kidding. That is pretty good. Um. Okay, I'm gonna keep my cleanup going, and then I'm gonna attach, get the assembly director systems out here, and get them started going into the space elevator.
Joe Game says, we used to have something in the Netherlands similar to the Red Bull thing back in the 2000s called Thailand. Thailand, Terzi in the Lush, or English by land, at sea, and in the air.
Okay.
Okay. Obijan says, when you do a multiplayer game, are you playing where anyone can join? Or is it by invite?
It is by membership. If you subscribe in Twitch or join in and
Become a member on YouTube.
become a member on YouTube, we why don't you explain it, Robert?
Sure. Actually, Obijan, you are already a Prime sub, which means what you can do with your Twitch Prime sub, now that you have that, you can join our Discord And in Discord, go to your settings and connections. And under connections, you can link your Twitch account to Discord. And that will automatically give you member permissions on Discord, including the IP address and all the information you need to get onto our private server. And so you can come hang out with Duck.
On our Discord channel.
On our Discord, yes. Joe Game says, your Dutch was pretty neat.
Oh, it was?
Okay.
Okay. I couldn't understand a word of it.
Oh, nor could I, but you know. One Metal Fist says, I heard there was a big mess in Formula One where one team basically copied another team's car from the previous year. They couldn't punish them for everything because some parts were legal to buy or use, but they did get punished for the brake ducts because they had to be designed by the team itself. So it wasn't simple copying. F1 rules separate legal parts from parts teams must create themselves.
Okay. Yeah. Stealing intellectual property is a big deal in NASCAR as well. The setups, I mean, there's certain things that the teams can set up independently from what they're given to work with. Certain parts, of course, are regulated to be only parts they could buy from a certain vendor and that kind of stuff. But there's a certain amount of intellectual property that's that each team develops as they work with each track. So, and they collect data concerning the track and how their setup works. So, okay. Well, there is a connection that goes through there. Oh, that's a modular engine coming down to that. Okay. So we still have modular engines coming through there.
Rob Barker says that was Racing Point, now known as Aston Martin F1. Renault, who are now Alpine, 15 points deducted. It was a Mercedes listed part. Renault made the protest. Okay.
And I believe it's pronounced Renault.
Look, I'm trying to make up for the good Dutch.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Do trains you build here instant stop or slow down when arriving at the stations? They slow down. Yeah, they slow down pretty well. And I'll bet you it won't even. Yep. Yeah, I could do better. Okay, let's do it this way.
Joe Game says, "Oh, good, because I don't want static stops. Then my excitement to make trains is just kind of like lost in that instant."
Yeah, now I have seen them where they're like coming down a hill or something. They struggle a little bit to slow down what you would think would be reasonable in getting to it. And if you put a stop at the end, they bump into that stop. but for the most part, they slow down. Okay, modular engines go in there. And I don't need to keep plating, smart plating. So they will go in here. And anything else, I don't need to keep that. I don't need to keep that.
Yeah, in fact, Joe, game one upgrade they did in 1.1 is they added train stops. And so now if you don't have a train station there and the train is just going down the track, it will just run off the end of the track, which is pretty fun.
Pretty fun, you say?
Yeah, absolutely, it's fun.
Okay.
What
We do have the one video where we deliberately where two trains were connected together and we couldn't get them apart. We couldn't delete them. We couldn't do anything. So the only thing that we could literally do in that instance was to take trains coming from opposite ends and deliberately crashing them into it until finally the system realized that they were not on the track anymore. That was a fun video to make. That really was. Yep. Okay. Okay, it's much cleaner now.
One Metal Fist says the craziest part is they copied so much of it just from photos. They took tons of pictures of the Mercedes car and used them to recreate the concept, the bodywork, and a lot of the aerodynamic ideas. It wasn't literally a perfect one-to-one copy, but it was close enough. Everybody just called it the pink Mercedes. One of the wildest things I've heard in F1.
Interesting. What is this?
What?
That.
Probably just like a poop chute or something. When we bought our current 3D printer and it has this color changer and Doc's super excited for that, and I am too because love multicolor printing, and I called it a poop chute because that's the standard term for you have this spot in the back of your printer that sends all the extra filament from color changes. And it took Doc quite a while to adjust the facts to that idea.
Yeah, that's just not quite what I would call anything. Yeah. Well, that's interesting.
Rob Barker says, I absolutely love racing. I'm sitting in a sim racing cockpit as we speak.
Cool.
But I have this wonderful obsession with this game, hence why I'm here. Said already, but with chat moving so fast. But again, thank you so much for your educational videos in the game. They're brilliant and help me a lot with my train network.
Well, that's great. I too love racing, and if I had what you just described, I would be sitting in it more frequently than probably playing Satisfactory, because I love the idea of racing. And I probably would have been pretty good at it if I could have afforded to even do it, but that was back in the day.
Yep. And Hazel Rose Webbs also says, I've been watching the tips shorts, been super helpful. Glad to finally catch some form of stream to see a real-time thought process.
Okay. Well, that is cool.
And Zach redeems stretch and hydrate.
All right. I would gladly stretch. I've got my drink right here, and I've been drinking regularly. Oh. Nice stretch. Yeah, that's good. That's we needed to test our color changer on our 3D printer, so I printed a little what they call a benchy, which is a benchmark item. So we decided to use all 4 colors on it. So you got white and red and black and gray. So yeah, I got this cute little benchy sitting on my desk. And then we printed. We also printed um, a, the dynamite thing, the dynamite icon
Let me grab it.
from Minecraft. Also,
Oh no, where's out there?
oh,
That's right. Run off with it.
all right. So printed the Minecraft dynamite TNT block. Yeah, TNT block. So that was pretty cool too. So, oh, he got it dirty. There we go. Clean it off. So,
We need to make a bigger mini dock.
is it a steamboat? The benchy, yeah, it's kind of a little steamboat. It's got a stack right here, but nothing under it to indicate what the stack is for. But yeah, it's just a little tugboat, steamboat. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna. That was
a model that was designed, in that 2010-ish. That was designed to be a benchmark, hence the name Benchy, for 3D printers. Today, any 3D printer can knock those out easily. But before, it was hard to get them dimensionally accurate and able to do the overhangs like on the hull of the boat and a lot of issues like that. And so the Benchy was made, and every dimension is there to measure some skill of your printer. Now now it's just a fun toy.
Yep. And there's tons of variations of that toy that have been made by various people.
Yeah. Yes, Zach, I saw your message. I'll make sure you get those links. And Joe Game asks, you have knowledge on a Prusa Mark IIIS? That's the printer he has. He needs to fix it. That is the same printer I have. Yes, I have a Mark IIIS Plus. I love that printer, and it has worked very, very well for me. What's wrong with it? What broke? Rob G says his racing rig. He says it's half a car in my gaming room. Sim racing gets rather expensive really quick once you start. I built my rig over about 10 years. My brake pedal alone was close to £1,000, which is wild. Lots of saving up money.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's
1,000 pounds, as in not weight, but cost.
Yeah, I'm imagining so. That's pretty cool though. He says his hot end is smudging and halfway cuts down. That's crazy. You know what, Joe Game? Yeah, the heat block. Huh. Send pictures in the Discord. There's a place in the Discord called the IRL Showcase. Post pictures of what you're seeing. Maybe somebody there can help out, and I'll take a look at it, see if I've encountered something similar. He says Prusa won't help because it's out of warranty. Yeah. I like Prusa's upgradability, but I've heard a number of people who, once a printer's out of warranty, Prusa kind of just shrugs their shoulders, you know.
That seems odd to me, because you would think that they'd continue wanting people to continue using their printers. So
Yeah.
why wouldn't they want to tell them at least how to get it fixed, or provide the part for cost at least when it's not in warranty?
Yeah. I mean, I do see that they have a number of replacement parts available, because I've had to buy one once. But, yeah. I am rather disappointed. We were talking earlier about 3D printing and some regulations coming.
Mm-hmm.
Prusa purchased. They are a European company. They're in. I can't remember the name of the country. In the center of Europe, eastern side of center. Anyway, can't remember.
Okay.
Yeah. And that means that importing to the U.S. is a little expensive. But they bought a U.S.-based print 3D filament manufacturing company called Printed Solid, based in Delaware, and have started developing facilities to do at least some level of manufacturing, if not just assembly here in the U.S., which I really appreciate. Yeah, Czech Republic. And it's been great, except Delaware is one of those states that's now looking to pass some legislation which requires magic that doesn't exist currently, magic technology, which, yeah, anyway.
Yeah, anyway.
So, yeah, Joe Game got his Mark III's in like 2018. I got mine in 2020. So, I mean, it's been around for 6 years. It's a good printer. The things that made that printer so special when it first came out are now standard. Like, when it first came out, the fact that it could self-level a bed, big deal. Removable magnetic heated plate, big deal. Those were things that weren't revolutionary, but were definitely top of the line at that point. So
Okay. And now, yeah, they're standard equipment. Didn't my Robo have that as standard?
your Robo had a heated bed, but it couldn't auto level it, and it couldn't didn't have a removable plate.
It did not have a removable plate.
Yeah.
No.
But it
But auto leveled at the beginning of every print.
Oh, you're right, it did. Yeah, it did. But it was a glass bed. It wasn't a removable bed. So, yeah, I mean,
Correct.
3D printing is just improving at a very rapid pace.
Yeah.
So,
definitely. Okay.
Well, Doc, you look and see what time it is.
What?
Yeah.
Hey.
Can you believe it?
No. That means Mama Doc's going to be out here wondering when she gets her time.
Yeah.
And she's going to want me, if it's sunny outside, to go out and start working on some electrical. Mm-hmm. Which, that's a big deal, too.
Yeah. And, yeah, unfortunately, we can't just spontaneously go for 6 hours. So. Oh, cool. A lot of new people here. People that haven't been around very much.
Yeah.
Really appreciate you guys.
6 hours will come toward the end of summer. Between now and then, we're going to need to pretty much stick to 4 so I can keep working on getting that shop done. Because we've got to get a kitchen. We got to get a kitchen made for the Beach family. Part of the issue there, take me to the office, okay?
Yeah.
Part of the issue there is without them having a kitchen, they don't have a dishwasher. And what happened there? Okay.
Well, we can't see it now.
Nope, you can't. An explosion happened under me. Without them having a kitchen, they're using our dishwasher. So you can imagine a family of 12, how many dishes they generate. And I would love to do our dishes in a timely manner. And we find oftentimes they're using it. So, yeah. It's no big deal, but it's a big deal.
It's sometimes the fact that they bring a wagon full of dishes over to Doc's house every single day, haul them into the house. They don't even have a kitchen sink right now. They don't have a kitchen sink or counter, so they can't hand wash them even.
Yep.
That's the big issue.
Yep. The drains are in the floor to hook up, but we need the cabinets, and it's just not in the budget for them to go out and get commercially built cabinets. Partly because they need the quality that can withstand 10 kids. And if any of you have children out there, you know what we're talking about. I mean, kids just, when just damage things. They decide to swing on the lower cabinet doors just because it's fun to go back and forth until they break. And then you got to fix it. And if it's just particle board, that's impossible. So they just need better quality than what they can get if they have to buy commercial. So, and they can't afford to buy the commercial quality that they need. So, anyway, it is time to go. It's been wonderful. We've been up in the 70s on Twitch and in the 50s and 60s on YouTube. For most of the time, it's been great. It's been wonderful seeing all the support. So we'll look forward to seeing you next week, and we'll look forward to playing still on the member server. You'll see me there on occasion, coming in and continuing to build and to work on the Phase 4 parts. And until next Tuesday, we'll wait a minute.
We got questions.
We've got questions?
We do have a question from Wolf.
Okay.
He says, good vibes. Shorts brought me in, but I'll definitely be back for more streams. Sounds like Tuesdays are the day?
Yes.
Okay.
Tuesdays are the day. Uh-huh. And let's find somebody to raid.
Okay.
So let's find somebody that
playing some Satisfactory out there.
Yeah. Yep. Let's do that.
Okay. A lot of people who aren't speaking English, and well, I'd love to send off to some Europeans. Unfortunately, if they don't speak English, that takes out a lot of our audience here.
Yep. I will make blueprints, and Anasek says. So,
okay.
192 smelters.
Here's somebody that we haven't ever talked to before, but his name is Captain E-Rock.
Okay.
And he's working on a random node setup.
Okay.
And he's got 44 people watching. Oh,
cool.
Looks like he's on a break.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, he just said be right back. He just said wait for a second.
Okay.
Okay. We'll send him away.
Alrighty, good.
Okay.
Rating is good.
Okay, it's going in 8 seconds.
Okay.
Sorry, we're a bit slow on this part.
Captain E-Rock, huh?
Yep.
Electronic rocks. Okay.
Okay, rating now.
Okay. We'll see y'all later, guys. Thanks for coming.